Okay, usually we don't have much happening on a Tuesday, but we actually do have a considerable amount here we need to talk about before we get into questions. The first thing, Derek Carr, we get some official news here. He is going to be missing a couple games with this injury. So yeah, we didn't move up Shaheed after the performance last night in our rest of season ranks because of the Derek Carr injury. And yeah, it looks like Shaheed's not going to be startable. Looks like Olave's not going to be startable over the next few weeks. And over the next few weeks, you probably have to lower Kamara down your expectations. You still start Kamara though. Now, next thing is Drake Maye will start at the quarterback for the Patriots in week 6. Now, maybe this excites some people thinking, oh, okay, now I can go through and I can get excited about, I don't know, maybe Ramondre Stevenson. Y'all know I'm an idiot. Y'all know I'm the first person to admit that. So I'm never going to sit here and pretend like I'm some expert quarterback guru scout. I know exactly what these guys are going to be coming into the NFL. No, that's not my game. What I like doing is I like looking at real data providers, real projection providers, which I consider to be Las Vegas sports books. And what I'm seeing right now is the Patriots this week are still projected out to be the worst offense in the NFL. So even with Drake Maye coming in, I don't know if this really moves the needle with anything. It's still one of the league's worst offensive lines. It's still the league's worst wide receiver core. Really, you're not excited about any of those players. And the only thing that you could say is it'll be fun. It's more fun than Jacoby Brissett. Now, moving over to what we have with Rashee Rice. Rashee Rice is officially out for the rest of the year, which was baseline expectation. But obviously, if you were holding out any hope. And from what I've read as well, it doesn't appear that Rashee Rice would even be able to make it back for like an AFC championship game, a Super Bowl for the Kansas City. It sounds like he's Dunskies. Aaron Jones considered week to week with this injury. We talked about this with a waiver wire video, not necessarily putting Ty Chandler as like the number one must-add guy, because if you look at the timing of this Aaron Jones injury, it's pretty much perfect in that Aaron Jones does have the bye week in week 6. So you get a full week to recover there. Don't even need to be at practice, just full rehab. And then maybe he misses week 7. Maybe he's back week 7. Obviously, we don't know. And then going over to Russell Wilson, he's at the point of health. Now he can work out without restrictions on Wednesday. Wilson is expected to work with the second team offense. I don't know why we are still getting these updates. It appears that Justin Fields is the starter until Justin Fields craps the bed. Then maybe you get Russell Wilson in. Jalen Warren already doubtful for week 6. So this makes it where I know Najee's been disappointing pretty much all year, but he's been averaging almost 20 opportunities a game, and they play the Las Vegas Raiders in week 6. So you'll probably need to go through and start Najee Harris regardless. And then obviously the big thing is the Jets fire Robert Saleh. Now, if you were looking at this move, we were talking about it when we had the live watch party with the Jets Vikings before the main slate of games on Sunday, that you consistently had hits on Rodgers, consistently had hits on Breece Hall in the backfields, where these guys were going untouched. Like, it didn't look like this was a Jets dumpster fire. This was a Jets debacle because of the lack of offensive line. It looked like it was just the coaching staff getting out coached by the Minnesota Vikings. So, yeah, bye-bye Robert Saleh. I thought Nathaniel Hackett would probably be the guy to get fired, but it is what it is. They named the defensive coordinator interim head coach. I don't think it really matters, to be honest. And then, yeah, I think that's really all the news that we have for today. Of course, if anything else breaks during the live stream right now, we will go ahead and we'll keep you posted. But let's get into some of these questions over on flockfantasy.com. And of course, if you ever wanted to ask a question, you could always do it through flockfantasy.com. This question was actually asked earlier today. What we're going to do is we're going to answer it in the live stream. They'll get that clip sent directly to them through the site. So even if they weren't in the live stream when they asked the question, they're still going to get the answer sent to them regardless the second that it gets answered. And yeah, if you wanted to go over and ask a question at any point, just go over to the site, flockfantasy.com, hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. If you want a team review, though, definitely the cheapest way to get it, and what I would recommend more than anything, is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get a free Brock Purdy pick for the Thursday night game, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get a free team review for us to break down your team in the live stream, which we are doing every single night. Just make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I'm able to go through, and that way I'm able to credit you with your free team review voucher. But let's move this over and let's answer this first question. This question is coming out from Bezecki, something like that. They're trading away Tank Dell, David Montgomery, Bijan Robinson for Deontay Johnson, Breece Hall, and Josh Jacobs. How I would break down this trade is I think moving over from Bijan Robinson to let's go to Breece Hall is an upgrade. I mean, with Breece, yes, he's been horrendous over the past 2 weeks, but we saw the ceiling in weeks 1 through 3, particularly as a receiver, that Breece hasn't been able to demonstrate at any point this season so far. Moving from David Montgomery to Josh Jacobs, we have them very close in our rankings. I do think it's a personal preference thing. If you look at Montgomery so far this season, he has been a better running back than Josh Jacobs, and that he's had significantly more touchdowns so far this season. But to be honest with you, I don't necessarily know if this is a spot where we can say it's a no-brainer that you want Josh Jacobs. I think it's a personal preference. I think the Packers offense will be just as good as the Lions offense going into the future with Jordan Love under center. I don't think Jacobs has a Jahmyr Gibbs level player that he needs to worry about. And then going from Tank Dell to Deontay Johnson, I would rather have Deontay Johnson over Dell. So I am personally going to be going with the Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, Deontay Johnson side of this. I think probably the way that you're able to get it done is most people view David Montgomery as a much better asset than Jacobs at this point because Montgomery's been much better this season. But in reality, I think that they are very, very close. So I'll take the Breece Hall side of it. Now let's move this over to a roster review for Bezecki. This is Bijan Mustard. Says, I'm about to be 2-3. Also submitted a trade review. Yes, we saw that. Send Bijan, Montgomery, and Dell for Breece, Jacobs, Deontay, but open to leaving the receivers out of the trade. I would definitely trade Dell for Deontay Johnson for sure. I was also thinking about potentially trading Josh Allen, but not entirely sure. Well, I appreciate you. And I'll say one thing is, if we do make this trade, we are going to have to look to be changing the team name. So we always have to keep that in mind. Looking at the league analyzer, we are down here as the 10th best team, which obviously we don't like to see. We don't like to see that we are this far down the league analyzer. We don't like to see that we are 2-3. I mean, it is what it is, right? Looking at Josh Allen, I had Josh Allen ranked as the QB1 coming into the year. Based off the inconsistency that we've had with Allen, especially if you look at what we've had with some of the other elite rushers here, such as Lamar Jackson, such as Jalen Hurts, such as Jaden Daniels, I will say it was probably a mistake with 2020 hindsight for me to have Josh Allen as our QB1. Now, with that being said, can I come out here and tell you, oh, okay, now you should be selling Josh? No, because if you are trying to sell Josh Allen, you are going to be selling at a low point ultimately in comparison to where you can be going into the future. Allen still has the rushing upside. The rushing touchdowns haven't been there since week 1. You still have a ridiculous amount of dropbacks. We saw the long track record of the elite production. So I have Josh Allen now at QB4 in my rest of season ranks. So obviously moving behind those other players, but I don't know if we're looking to sell him, and I'd still be completely fine with Allen and not having another quarterback. Now going over to what we have at running back, Bijan, David Montgomery, RB1, RB2, going from Breece Hall and Josh Jacobs, I think will be a slight upgrade, to be honest with you. We have Braylon Allen. Braylon Allen does see actually close to a season low with the snap rate this past week. This was against the Vikings. It was the least we've seen Braylon Allen since week 1. And then Tank Bigsby and Zamir White. At this point, Zamir looks like he's close to being somebody that you can just go ahead and let go of. Not necessarily somebody that we need to, though. And you know what I actually need to do? I need to be adding Ray McLeod and Trey Tucker into our rankings. So I apologize. Let me go ahead and do this real quick. That way we can give you maybe a little bit of a more accurate take on where your team should be with the league analyzer. But let's add in Trey Tucker. Let's add in Ray McCloud. And let's figure out where we are putting these guys. So I think Trey Tucker, he is going to probably be moving up to about wide receiver. I would rather have him over Pierce. I'd rather have him over Atwell. I'd rather have him over Yoshi Vosh. I think he's right next to like Ricky Pearsall, Alan Lazard. We'll move Mike Williams behind him. But I mean, ultimately, this is the wide receiver 3 at best in one of the worst offenses in the league. Not wide receiver 3, but third receiving option behind Bowers and Myers. And if Devontae Adams is actually a Raider rest of season, then he's the wide receiver 4 in this offense. And then going over to Ray McCloud, to be honest with you, I'm not super excited. I'd actually put him behind some of these other options. I would completely honest with you, I'd rather have Adonai Mitchell over him. So we're going to put him at 77. But anyway, moving back over to wide receiver, it's a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth here at the bottom almost doesn't even matter. Like, I would definitely drop Ray McCloud and pick up a running back off the waiver wire that you think's an injury away from expanding his role and being a must-start player, specifically in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the depth here doesn't particularly matter too much. But ultimately, long-term at wide receiver, the room should be a little bit better when we get Puka Nacua back in. In the short term, it's kind of a garbage wide receiver room. Because, I mean, if we think about this realistically, Shaheed's not going to be startable without Derek Carr in this offense. And I want to give Shaheed his flowers. He deserves them. I mean, he's looked great. But the reality of the situation is you can't start Shaheed with no Carr. And we have no Puka Nacua. So right now we're rolling out George Pickens, Tank Dell, and then maybe Josh Downs. I mean, this is just a brutal spot with the injury to Rashee Rice. It's a brutal spot with the injury to Puka Nacua. At least we get Puka back in. I mean, it's safe to go ahead and cut Rashee Rice at this point. I think it's safe to cut Ray McCloud, churn the waiver wire that way. And also, I will say moving from Tank Dell to Deontay Johnson should be a significant improvement here when we were looking at the wide receivers with this team. Now, going over to Sam Laporta, I actually think that Laporta's an interesting buy low candidate. Definitely don't need a backup tight end either. He's already through the bye week, so there'll be no point in which you need to go through and you need to grab another tight end. So overall, it's a team that I think is going to be a lot better after we make the trade to upgrade from Bijan to Breece Hall. I think it'll be a team that's a lot better after we make the trade to upgrade from Tank Dell to Deontay Johnson. The other moves that are interesting is I think not to trade Josh Allen. We definitely want to hold on to Allen, but here instead to potentially go through and see what we could do when it comes to churning the waiver wire options near the bottom by going ahead and cutting guys like Ray McCloud and Rashee Rice, going and picking up a few additional running backs off the waiver wire that you think are an injury away from potentially making a difference here. But I think that's all I got for you. Again, I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. But let's move this over to our next thing. But Alog says, are there promos for flockfantasy.com when creating an account? Yeah, you can use promo code FLOCK, which is my promo to flockfantasy.com. It's not going to get you anything unless you actually have a subscription on flockfantasy.com. But if you use promo code FLOCK on the site, you'll get 30% off any subscription, 30% off any purchases made to me through the a la carte stuff. So say you have a Flocker subscription monthly, and then you purchase the team review, it would be 30% off to me. And also promo code FLOCK, if you are an annual Mother Flocker, we'll get you a free team review in the live stream. But to be honest with you, like if you are setting up an account on flockfantasy.com just because you want to use the free tools, you're not going to get like, oh, you all just for setting up an account and get all these free things. It's like Underdog, right? You get a bunch of promos if you actually make a deposit. But let's move this over for Joy Boy J. 1-4 now. I don't think I win this with how my team's set up, but wanted a second opinion. So 1-4, obviously, we are not in a position where we can be trading for Nico Collins. I think you are winning this deal when it comes to the raw value behind it. Like I would well prefer, let's say Jonathan Brooks versus Travis Etienne, tomato, up to you. I well prefer Nico Collins over Brian Thomas and David Montgomery rest of season. But on a 1-4 roster, you are more so incentivized to go ahead and try to build around players that are going to help us win and help us get to the playoffs instead of players that will have the upside in weeks 15, 16, 17. So if we have no Nico Collins over the next 2 to 3 weeks and you still have to go through the bye week in week 14, there's a chance that like you get an extra month of games from David Montgomery than you have with Nico. So anybody watching this right now that's 4-1, 3-2, go get Nico Collins on this trade. But on a 1-4 team, you just don't have the luxury to be able to trade for somebody that's going to be missing that much time. Now, going over to our next question. This is all the way through. Appreciate you. My guy says, hey, Mason, trying to target AJ and Waddle, trying to trade DK and something else. What would you send? So I will say this trade straight up is an absolute no-brainer. I think you're getting an upgrade from Pittman to Waddle. I think you're getting an upgrade from Ramondre and DK to AJ Brown. To be honest with you, I'd be willing to add a little bit more. So first thing, if you can make the first trade, ignore all these other counters, you just go ahead and make the first one. But if the other owner says, hey, no, I'm actually going to need a little more juice on it, I'd be willing to add Braylon Allen to get it done. What else would we be willing to do here? I'd be willing to add Jamison Williams to get it done. I'd be willing to add Bucky Irving to get it done. Maybe we try to come up with a little more of a unique deal with this one. This other team has Mahomes at quarterback, so I don't necessarily know if they want to trade for Jordan Love. Where it becomes interesting is like, one thing too, if they don't want Metcalf, we can give them Stephon Diggs instead. If they would rather have Diggs over Metcalf, I would still trade Ramondre, Pittman, and Diggs for Waddle and AJ Brown. So the first trade, if you can do it, you do it. But I think that you're getting so much value there that you could look for a few of those additional trades at the same time, where if they don't accept your initial one. Now let's move this over to Alex Padilla or Alexis Padilla. I apologize. I know you've been a long time member of the flock, but this is a trade where we are sending Higgins and Godwin for Tyreek Hill. This isn't a linked team, so I can't see exactly what we have. But I will say, I want to be on record. Tyreek Hill is more valuable than Godwin and Higgins for me rest of season. In the short term, yes, obviously you'd rather have Godwin straight up over Tyreek and any games that Tua is not available in. But if we're operating under the assumption that Tua does come back at some point, that Tua is back in week 7, that Tua is back in week 8, and then you have Tyreek Hill as the wide receiver 1 overall in fantasy, just effectively lapping T. Higgins and Chris Godwin, I think it would be a no-brainer here. Yeah, let's go get Tyreek. Now, Abomination coming out says, I'm Nico. I'm 4-1. Playoffs are 8 people. I'm trying to get a strong playoff team. What are your thoughts? So specifically, if this is a 14-team format. Good to know. This is a 14-team league, assuming that this is linked, right? Let's double check. Yeah, this is linked. So it's a 14-team format where 8 teams make the playoffs. So this is about the same as if it's a 12-teamer and 7 teams make the playoffs. If you're 4-1, you're pretty much guaranteed to be in there. So I would optimize for the playoffs exactly how you're doing. And I think going and paying the price for CMC and Cooper Kupp makes a ton of sense because you can afford it with the situation that you're in. So I love it. I think for the playoffs, Cooper Kupp could very easily be a top 5 wide receiver. I think for the playoffs, Christian McCaffrey could be the running back 1 overall. I think that is a possibility. So yeah, let's go Kupp and CMC. Now let's move this over. And I do want to remind y'all, when we hit 200 likes on this stream, we will pivot over from answering all the questions through the site, and we will get to answer a bunch of the free chat questions as well. So if you have not hit the like button, go ahead and hit the like. Okay. And Teresa, also, there's no site issues on the site at the moment, I believe. If you're going to direct people to site issues, that's with the Discord, which is the link in the description. But Atrofa says, My other starters are Neighbors, Ayuk, Adams, Thomas. Running backs, we have Gibbs, Irving, Brooks, and Chandler. To be completely honest with you, I don't even care that we need another running back. Like, I don't even care that the issue is, at the moment, the Bucky Irving is our running back 2. We want the Breece Hall and Mike Evans side. I even think that Mike Evans could potentially be a sell high candidate and A.J. Brown is a massive buy low. But from what I've read, it does sound like Zach Moss will be good to go. And it's not like he's going to be missing a considerable amount of time, vaulting Chase Brown up to being the starting running back for the Cincinnati Bengals for a long duration. I think you are getting such a massive upgrade from Chase Brown to Breece Hall. While I think A.J. Brown's the best player in the deal at this point, we go with Breece and Evans. Now, Jay Lucas coming out trading David Montgomery for Bijan Robinson. David Montgomery's been much better than Bijan Robinson so far this year. And at the same time with David Montgomery, he's already gone through his bye week. So you're going to get an extra week out of David Montgomery in comparison to Bijan. However, even though Montgomery's had 15 points in every game, even though he scored a touchdown in every performance, I would still rather roll with Bijan with the hope and the prayer, and maybe that's all we have at this point, with the hope and the prayer that Bijan Robinson is fully through this shoulder injury. It's no longer going to be an issue going into the future. He is somebody that we can just consistently expect usage as a receiver from, and what should be a much better offense, especially as they've gotten through the majority of their tough matchups here. So I go ahead. I take Bijan. Clearly, this has been a losing bet so far through the first 4 weeks, though. I want to be on record. I understand that Montgomery's been much better. But if it's a full PPR format going into the future, give me Bijan Robinson, what should be better matchups. Now, Mr. Two-Time coming up with that free Underdog team review. Appreciate you, my friend. Going to be excited to dive into this for you. Says, just wondering if there are any moves that you think we should be looking to make. So this is a team that's right in the middle of the league analyzer. And what's very funny is if you look at the updated league analyzer values for this league in particular, it is a straight linear line down. Very rarely are you seeing this. A lot of times you're seeing, there's a little pocket of teams here at the bottom. There are a couple of juggernauts at the top. No, I mean, this is a straight march downwards. Decent spot being in here at 5. I mean, we are 3-2. Could be a whole lot worse. Starting off at quarterback, we have Baker Mayfield and Anthony Richardson. This is a 10-team format. In a 10-team format, I don't want to act like this is the most exciting quarterback room in the world. Obviously, Baker Mayfield has been phenomenal. Baker Mayfield's been much better than just the QB 11. But the rest of season, I think we have to expect that you potentially get Baker Mayfield to be you potentially get him scaled back a bit when it comes to the rushing upside and the touchdown rate. We have Anthony Richardson to kind of make up for that rushing upside, though. So I'm completely fine with the QB room, and I think we're going to be playing the matchups here rest of season. I just don't act like this is a position of strength for us in a 10-team league. Going over to running back, Derrick Henry does appear to be a top 5 RB rest of season. He does appear to be my worst call of the year, where I ranked Josh Jacobs over Derrick Henry. Yes, I ranked Josh Jacobs over Derrick Henry. We have Tony Pollard, J.K. Dobbins, Kareem Hunt, all in the mix as running back 2s. So obviously it sucks when we had the injury to Isaiah Pacheco, but I mean, it is what it is. I think we are going to be able to get by. And one thing is going over and looking at wide receivers, I see that we need to dramatically move Juju Smith-Schuster up these rankings. I think the rest of season, I would rather have Juju over Lockett, Judy, Dobbs, Leggett, Sutton, Tolbert, Wandale. Probably not over Keenan. Obviously, Juju had the best. What we looked at last night is Juju had the best week since 2018 in his NFL career this past week, last night. So if Juju comes through and we get another performance like that, I would actually rather have Tolbert over him, to be honest. We can move Juju Smith-Schuster even higher. My thought process is, if you look at the larger sample, I know last night he looked dominant, but it does kind of tell us that Juju may not be who he was last night, where that was the best game that he's pretty much ever had as a Chief, let alone, like we said, the best game he's had since 2018. So I don't overreact. I still don't view Juju Smith-Schuster as much more than the worst wide receiver on your team, but definitely better than wide receiver 78. And then looking at the top end options, Chase, Evans, Jaden Reed, Deontay Johnson, it's a league where we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So it's a league where the depth actually is pretty damn important here at wide receiver. So if this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would look at this going, you know what? It may actually make some sense for you to go ahead and see if you could potentially sell Jaden Reed and package Jaden Reed with Baker Mayfield to pivot over to an elite quarterback, a quarterback with a crazy high ceiling when it comes to rushing the ball. However, with that being said, since you can start 4 receivers, I like holding on to the wide receiver depth. We have Sam Laporta at tight end as well already through the bye. As somebody that we can start every single week, you don't need to roster a backup. So it allows us to roster those 2 QBs. There's still the outside chance that Pacheco does come back later in the year. So looking at this team, top to bottom, I'm a massive fan. I really like it. There aren't too many adjustments that I would possibly be looking to make. If we were doing anything, maybe if you could trade JSN and Tony Pollard and get a great running back too, specifically because it's a 10-team league. So you should be able to backfill with a decent option off the waiver wire. That would be somewhat interesting. But because it's a league where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly, I'm actually completely fine holding on to the depth. Moving on into the future, I think with the updated ranking that we have of Juju, this team should probably be a little bit higher in the league analyzer as well. But I do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, I wish I had more for you to do, but I think it's a pretty solid squad given your format. Now going over to Kyle's trade question says, trading a team with a lot of injuries and as Kelsey Bowers, my other running backs are Taylor, Brooks, Charbon, Allen. So looking at this, you're saying the other team that we're trading with has a ton of injuries. Well, we are giving them Kyle Pitts and upgrading to Travis Kelce. I don't care if they have Brock Bowers. They're clowns to make this deal. Kelce over Pitts by a mile. Montgomery over Rachaad White by a mile. You're trading Chase Brown to get it done. So yeah, this is not close for me. This is very, very easily the Travis Kelce and David Montgomery side. And to be honest with you, I think you're robbing the man as you do this as well. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is coming out from Michael Paz. Have PBR, look at my wide receiver room for context, please. Birds of a feather, we win leagues together. Much love. Really do appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out, my guy. But let's move this down. So wide receiver room, we have A.J. Brown, Keon Coleman, Chris Godwin, Jalen Waddle, Rome Odunze. So we do have plenty of wide receiver production. With that being said, we are getting the best player of the deal in Breece Hall. Going from Javonte to Chase Brown, I would actually rather have Chase Brown, to be honest with you. And I have Javonte on my team. So I hope Javonte outscores Chase Brown rest of season. Just don't see it as a super likely case. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So specifically because this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter much. We have plenty of wide receiver production at the very top. I think that you are completely fine to go through and take the Breece Hall side. I don't want to act like, oh, you're winning this by a mile, because there is a chance Puka comes back later in the year as a wide receiver 1 again. There's a chance Ayuk does continue to improve and is a wide receiver 1 here. There's a chance that the Denver Broncos get right in the second half of the season with Bo Nix, and you'd rather have Javonte over Chase Brown. But those are maybe just, I don't know. Those are hopes and dreams. Breece Hall is a running back that's had the receiving usage. It doesn't appear Braylon Allen's expanding his role, and maybe the coaching staff change does help him a bit. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. If you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to answer as many as we could. Let's see. Graham says, does anyone know if the Flock League is PPR? Is it a Dynasty or redraft? It is a redraft PPR format. And yeah, if you did not see the Flock League YouTube video today, highly recommend. Please, if you did see the Flock League YouTube video today, let me know what you think in the live chat. And yeah, if you ever wanted to see it, just look up the Flock League on YouTube. Don't look up the Flock League on YouTube. Just go to your YouTube search bar, look up the Flock League. It's a different channel. Let's see. Blank says, should we drop Tutu Atwell for Juju Smith-Schuster? 100%. Cooper Kupp's probably going to be back week 7. Yes, I maybe got cooked here. Maybe got cooked. Mitch says, is Avery going to be mad when you beat him in the playoffs? It's going to be glorious. If I am not in the playoffs in that league, I will lose my mind. I will lose it. OJ says, Tyreek or Brandon Ayuk in general. I'd way rather have Tyreek over Brandon Ayuk. I mean, I personally think that Tua will be back in. So I think that Tyreek will be a top 3 receiver at one point. Teresa says, did you cut Pat Frymuth today? Was the first thing I did when I woke up. Pat Frymuth got sent to the waiver wire. Just got to send a message in the locker room, you know. Raiders says, JSN or Devonta Smith for Dynasty. Really close call. If I was a contending team, probably Smith. Rebuilding team, obviously can make an argument for JSN. Derek says, should we start Dontavian Wicks or Rome Odunze? I would go Wicks. I mean, with Rome, you have the London games. Decent matchup. When in doubt, I typically like avoiding the London game. Obviously, if Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs are both cleared and good to go, then I reserve the right to change the answer to this question. Okay. Good Morning Football says, is trading Fields for Mahomes bad? So if you look at Mahomes so far this year, for fantasy football purposes, Patrick Mahomes has been a massive bust. Mahomes has been horrendous. However, with that being said, we do see the passing volume get an uptick this past week. Well, yes, he doesn't have the great day from a raw points perspective. You did see 300 passing yards, which is very encouraging. You have the large sample of Mahomes being a much better option than Fields. There is an outside chance that if the Steelers keep losing games that they turn to Russ. So in my rest of season rankings, yes, I'd rather have Mahomes over Fields. Okay. Al Reamer says Mahomes and Dobbins for Josh Allen. Yeah, give me Josh Allen. The thing is, when Mahomes disappoints from a passing volume perspective, he's just dust in fantasy. If Josh Allen disappoints from a passing volume perspective, you can still get the rushing yards, right? So it's not a complete zero. Jeffrey says, should we drop Downs or Tank Dell for Darnell Mooney? I would drop one of the receivers for Mooney. If you think Anthony Richardson comes back this week, I'd rather have Mooney over Downs. Okay. Jaden says, trade Rome for Waddle for sure. I'd rather have Waddle over Rome. Jay Letty says, St. Brown for Malik Neighbors and A.J. Brown. Now that Amon-Ra St. Brown's through the bye week, and you're going to get an extra week from St. Brown in comparison to what you'll have with Chase, Jefferson, Lamb, in a full PPR format, I think I can make a strong argument to have Amon-Ra St. Brown wide receiver 1 overall rest of season. But even if you assume Amon-Ra St. Brown is wide receiver 1 overall rest of season, I would still prefer having Malik Neighbors and A.J. Brown over him. Still rather have Neighbors and Brown. Okay. Maxwell says sell low or hold Devontae Adams. My thing is, if you wanted to sell Devontae Adams, why didn't you sell 2 weeks ago? I know this sounds dumb, but like, the more games that the player's out of sight, out of mind, just naturally, the lower he is going to fall in terms of projected values. We can go over to the site and we can get a sense of what the going rate is on Davante Adams right now. Trade Finder. And obviously, if y'all ever wanted to do this, it's completely free on flockfantasy.com. Just go over to the site. You can do trade finders like, oh, do I want to sell Davante Adams? Reasonably, what can you get for Adams at this point? Okay, let me take a screenshot of this. I don't know why this is happening. Okay, but anyway, trades that we've seen with Adams. Adams, Jacobs versus Tyreek Najee. Adams, James Cook versus Nico Collins. Adams versus Mark Andrews, Jackson Smith and Jigba. Adams versus Garrett Wilson. Like, if you can sell for Garrett Wilson, go for it. Adams versus Pacheco and Puka. Adams versus Amari. Adams versus Harrison. If you can get to the Harrison range, I go for it. If you can get to the Amari range, probably not. If you want to look at my rest of season ranks over there on the site, just hit sort by Mason Dodd. That's my name. You can see where Davante Adams is. Davante Adams, wide receiver 25. We have him right behind like Brian Thomas, T. Higgins, Puka Nacua, DJ Moore, Brandon Ayuk. And we have him right ahead of Chris Olave, Jalen Waddle, Deontay Johnson, Terry McLaurin. So, I don't know. It's up to you. But, I mean, my thing is, like, if you were going to trade him, I feel like it probably would have been a better move to do it previously. So let's move this over to what we have with the questions on the sites. And of course, if you ever wanted to ask any questions over on flockfantasy.com, very easy for you to do. Just go over to flockfantasy.com. Go to the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can click that. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, team review. If you wanted a team review, definitely the best way to get it or the cheapest way to get it is take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, which you can find the link in the live chat right now, and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you're going to be getting a free Brock Purdy pick, less than half a total yard. And you'll get that free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog if you want that free team review. But this next trade question coming out from Joe Boy J. This is the easiest deal in the world. We are going to go Saquon Barkley. Trust me, I wish that I was smart enough to have ranked Barkley over Bijan coming into the season. I sadly was not, but at this point, looking at what these running backs have done so far this year, looking at the fact that Barkley's already through his bye as well, so we're going to get the extra game from him, there's a much larger gap between Saquon Barkley and Bijan Robinson than there is between Dontavian Wicks and Tony Pollard. So yeah, I think you go ahead, you take the Bijan side. I don't think it's that close either. Okay. So you take the Barkley side. I don't know why I said Bijan. We go Barkley. Now, Chief Reefer coming out with a question. Says, my running back 2 choices are Ford, Charbonnet, Irving, Allen. Should I trade for a stud or a low-end wide receiver 1 and usable? Okay. Well, let's pull this up. So, tearing down from Malik Neighbors to Brandon Ayuk, I think that you would need significantly more value added on than just upgrading from Rico Dowdle to Brian Robinson. Malik Neighbors should be back this next week. He is the wide receiver 1 if you're playing in a full PPR format from a points per game perspective. Do I expect that to carry over through the rest of the season? No. But the Giants offense does look better than what we are projecting coming into the year, or at least what we are looking at Las Vegas sportsbooks projecting and carrying that over for ourselves. So I think you take the best player. I think the best player here is Malik Neighbors. Thin Blue Line says, I use code FLOCK with the same email address, but didn't get the free team review voucher. So Underdog sends me the list of all the email addresses every morning from the day prior. So if you just signed up to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK, you should get your free team review voucher tomorrow, my friend. Now let's move this over to Ben's Mafia. Team is Gators. Longtime member of the flock here says, Mason, man, these injuries are killing me. I'm 4-1, sitting on top of the league at the moment, alongside other teams with the same record as me, but I have the highest points in the league. Getting nervous about Nico. Guy was in trade talks with, doesn't want to do Chase and Tyreek, saying he'll do Chase and HN. Wait, what? Guy I was in trade talks with doesn't want to do Chase and Tyreek, says he'll do Chase and HN. I don't remember what the trade was previously, my guy. I'm very sorry. I was going to say, oh my gosh, if you could trade Nico Collins for this, we do it in a heartbeat. But good news is, if we are 4-1 in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, the Nico Collins injury is not going to be that tough. Obviously, having the Roma Dunce late season value, having the Cooper Kupp injury all on the same roster maybe is a little bit of a concern here. But you should be able to get by. Like, it's a league where we start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. And if you're 4-1, we should be optimizing for rest of season value rather than short-term production. Looking at quarterback, we have Burrow. Obviously, Burrow's not going to run the ball, but he still looks like a QB1 that you can trust every week going into the future. 5 touchdowns this past week, all the passing volume in the world, a garbage offense. So you'd expect at the same time that Burrow has to go out there and they have to throw the ball with aggression. Going over to running back, we have Bijan, David Montgomery, Christian McCaffrey, Jordan Mason. So we have the CMC long-term upside. We can play Bijan and Jordan Mason as RB1s in the short term. Montgomery is that high-end RB2/flex play. So running back room's phenomenal. Picking up somebody like Tyrone Tracy, specifically in a 4-1 team where he's on our bench, I would love to go through and see if you could squeeze out any value. Go approach a team that's 0-5 that needs points right now. I mean, hell, they have their own running backs that they can roll with, though. Go maybe find one of these teams that is garbage at running back. This team has like Zamir White. And if you could pivot off of Tracy, package him with another just serviceable wide receiver like Tutu Atwell, and pivot over to somebody that has a little more long-term upside, such as Ladd McConkey, I think that you could go ahead, look to make a move like that, cash in on the short-term viability of a running back that we don't need for long-term upside at another position. That team probably not going to be desperate enough to trade for Tracy. This team maybe would. They have Singletary. They lost Pacheco. I mean, hell, actually, you have already players on the IR. I mean, even with that, you wanted to trade like Tracy for Pacheco and just tell this team, hey, I'll give you the short-term production. Just give me the long-term upside. Like, they would start him right away. But overall, running back, you're going to be able to get by here relatively easily. Going over to wide receiver, long-term, we have 3 wide receiver ones with Drake London, Nico Collins, Cooper Kupp. Obviously, short-term, not so much. Short-term is going to be a lot tougher to project these guys out. With that being said, I mean, obviously, you can look to make a similar trade to the Tracy trade with Trey Sermon. From what I've seen, it just seems like people are a little more excited about Tyrone Tracy at the moment. So I think you'd get a little bit more if you were to look to sell him, but throw Sermon to another team that could potentially use the running back production. And because we have a solid running back that we're able to put in the RB1 slot, RB2 slot, and flex spot every single week, you could pivot over from Sermon to just a wide receiver depth piece that you could feel decent about starting. I think you could look to do that. Going over to tight end, we have the stud elite level tight end that you're able to plug and play every single week with Trey McBride. So don't need a roster or backup tight end there. So I think it's a phenomenal team in general. I love the way that it's structured. Obviously, it's set up a little more long-term than it is short-term. I really don't think you need to be panicking much here at all. Really, the only thing that I would be looking to do potentially is if you can squeeze out some value for these short-term running back plays that do nothing for us, but maybe they would for another team. Go send them for a long-term viable wide receiver. Go send them for somebody like Lad McConkey. I think that would be very interesting. But I think that's all I got for you. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. And as always, if there's anything I can do, don't hesitate to let me know. But I know you've been a long time member of the flock. Thank you. Austin says, hey, Mason, your rankings are free on flockfantasy.com, by the way. Do you mean my individual rankings? Can y'all confirm this? If y'all don't have a subscription, are y'all able to go to flockfantasy.com, hit sort by Mason Dodd, and then see all my rankings? Can y'all confirm? Please, someone in the chat, let me know. Noah says yes. Pokemon says, is Taylor out week 6 as well? I was really hoping. Okay. Thank you for everybody letting me know. Thank you. But I was really hoping we were going to have confirmation with Jonathan Taylor this week. I was hoping we were going to have confirmation with JT today. And but I couldn't find anything. I put Jonathan Taylor in my rankings this week. Do you really need to start Trey Sermon, though? That's the thing. Like, looking at the usage that we had from Sermon a week ago, I don't know if that's the position that I'm excited to go out and just jam him in. Like, what were the snaps like for Trey Sermon this past week? Sermon obviously get the rushing touchdown, but you had 10 carries in comparison to Tyler Goodson with 5. Trey Sermon, you had 6 targets. But, I mean, you had 41 snaps in comparison to Tyler Goodson at 29. Tyler Goodson actually ended up running more routes than Trey Sermon did. So, if we're looking at what we have with the viability of Sermon, even if you have no Jonathan Taylor, I don't know if we can consistently start Sermon based off what we saw this past week. I don't know. Okay. But let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be one of those free team reviews with the Underdog promo from Mustard. It says, hey man, appreciate the content. Currently 1-4, not sure if I should make a move because it's a 3 wide receiver, 1 flex league, and I like the depth, but it seems that something's got to change. Appreciate you, big dog. Appreciate you, my guy. And looking at a team that's 1-4, I agree something needs to change. And at the same time, we're at the very bottom of the league analyzer. So definitely would like to change something here if possible. Starting off at quarterback in a league where you start up to 4 receivers weekly, definitely not as high of a priority. We have A-Rich and Sam Darnold. Looking at Anthony Richardson and Darnold, I think Anthony Richardson, you still clearly get the rushing upside rest of season. But obviously the issue is we just don't know if the guy's going to be starting in the short term. I would love to tell a team that's 1-4, oh, if you can take any long-term upside, long-term value that you have with A-Rich and go ahead and package him with somebody else to get an upgrade in the starting lineup for today, let's do it. But the issue with that being said is nobody's buying Anthony Richardson. You're kind of stuck as is. So you're effectively just kind of streaming quarterbacks at the moment. Darnold, obviously a completely fine streamer. We're going into this past week, is leading the NFL in passing touchdowns. Now, going over to what we have with our running back room. Bijan's disappointment is one of the big reasons why we are currently sitting with a 1-4 record. While Bijan, maybe at this point, is not looking likely to come out and return value on a top 3 draft pick, a top 4 draft pick. He is at the very minimum, in my mind, still a high-end RB2, low-end RB1. Having Rico Dowdle as RB2, I mean, I think that we're probably a little bit underweight here at running back. Looking at the depth of Spears, Eckler, Algier, I mean, not a bad depth position to be in here. Going over to wide receiver, we have Evans, Devonta Smith, Diggs, Metcalf. So yeah, it's a position in which we probably can't afford to sell any depth pieces. Nobody's going to buy Romeo Doubs. So if nobody's going to buy Romeo Doubs, you're sitting here with 4 players that are in your lineup every single week. We don't have the depth elsewhere. I think we're holding as is. Going over to tight end, we have Evan Ingram and Mike Gesicki. So here again, I mean, it's a spot that sucks, very similar to Anthony Richardson with Evan Ingram. I would love to say, oh, we need short-term production. We can't hold on to long-term value with an injured player. You need to sell Evan Ingram and get somebody in that's going to help us out right now. But nobody's going to buy Evan Ingram from you. So, like, it doesn't really help. So what I would probably look to do here is sit on our hands, hope that we get to be in a position where Evan Ingram comes through and Evan Ingram's viable. He is a strong option. We can start every single week. We can cut the backup tight end, pick up another running back with upside, pick up another receiver with upside. Hope that Anthony Richardson could come out, turn into a top 5 quarterback based off rushing volume. But in terms of us making a trade with this team, because it's a 12-team format where you start 3 wide receivers and 1 depth, the answer is not to sell the wide receiver depth pieces, as you already mentioned, because of the league settings. So really, I think we are kind of stuck as is. I wish I had more for you, my guy. I wish we had something that could dramatically help you, but I think you are kind of stuck with it for now. But I do really appreciate you, and I wish I was able to help you out more. But I think the main thing is we need A-Rich, we need Bijan to be better. Now, Miles Manning coming out with the trade question. This is Breece and Gibbs versus Kamara and McCaffrey. I'm going to be going with Breece and Gibbs. Gibbs is already through his bye week. And now that you have the Derek Carr injury, the Detroit Lions will be a significantly better offense than what you have in New Orleans. So I would rather have Jahmyr Gibbs over Alvin Kamara. Breece Hall versus McCaffrey. Well, maybe McCaffrey has a higher ceiling if fully healthy. He's not healthy. So yeah, give me Breece and Gibbs over Kamara and McCaffrey. Now, Michael Paz coming out again. Massive trade question here. Says, please check the team. See if we won this. Really hope that Tua's going to come back. Okay. This is a lot here. This is a lot. So let's look at the team after we make this trade. After we make this trade, we have Jaden Daniels, Anthony Richardson at quarterback. Wide receiver, we have Tyreek Hill, A.J. Brown, Jalen Waddle, Keon Coleman, Rome Odunze, Chris Godwin. Running back, we are sitting with Joe Mixon, Zach Charbonnet, Justice Hill, Raheem Mostert, Zach Moss. Tight end, we have Travis Kelce. So because you have so many viable wide receivers here with upside, I think it is an okay trade. To be honest with you, what I would have preferred is, with the lack of running back depth that we have, I don't know if we need to be giving them the fifth player. I don't know if we need to be giving them Javonte Williams. If you could have kept Javonte, I think you're an absolute no-brainer winning on this side. But assuming that you're able to go to the waiver wire and backfill from running back depth, we have a winning record and we focus on a long-term outlook, then I do think that Tyreek Hill obviously is a player with an incredible ceiling. Now, Jordan coming out with the next question. Says, made the trade. We have a couple roster spots open. Roshan, Tank, Kraft, Downs are available. Should we drop Fields? We're not picking up. Kraft is the best option on the waiver wire, but we just traded for McBride. So Brees to Gibbs, give me Gibbs. Ingram, Brian Thomas versus McBride, give me McBride. I think we won the deal. I would probably pick up Kraft and see if we can sell him high if we get another big week, which I think that Tucker Kraft is kind of locked and loaded as a top 10 tight end rest of season. So I very easily could see a bunch of big Tucker Kraft weeks in the future. It's a very good offense. Tucker Kraft has been a super efficient tight end through his career. So even with trading for McBride here, I think Kraft's the best option. You pick up Kraft, and if we have another strong week, we look to sell. And if not, you're going to be looking at one of the running backs. Now, let's move this over. Austin G coming out with a start set. So don't know if we should start Brees or move Walker to running back and have London in the flex. Well, the wide receivers that are no-brainer starts here will be Malik Neighbors. And honestly, I believe the Falcons are playing the Carolina Panthers. So Neighbors and London here, wide receiver. Tight end, we're going to go Bowers, assuming you have no Adams. Running back, you go a Jordan Mason. Brees Hall, Kenneth Walker's tough. I probably go Brees because Kenneth Walker has the matchup against the Niners. And then going over to the flex, Kenneth Walker versus Deebo Samuel. Both playing on Thursday night, so whoever we decide would go into the top spots, not bottom. But Kenneth Walker right now is higher, lower, 80.5 total yards. Get a little bit of juice on a touchdown. Deebo Samuel's higher, lower, 68.5 yards, 1.14x for a touchdown. Obviously, we're assuming that you get more reception volume here with Deebo than you do with Walker, assuming it's a full PPR format. So yeah, I actually probably put London there in the flex. Obviously, Kenneth Walker is super, super exciting, despite him only having 5 carries last week. Running back that has the receiving usage, a good running back, good offense. Tough matchup going up against the Niners. Okay. Now, Marcus P coming out with a trade. This is Kareem Hunt, T. Higgins versus Ladd McConkey, Jerome Ford. I'm sorry, not Jerome Ford. Big difference. It was Jerome Ford. We're going to go with the Jahmyr Gibbs side here. Kareem Hunt, Ladd McConkey, up to you. If you think that Hunt has 20-plus touches in this Chiefs offense every week going into the future, clearly you'd rather have Kareem Hunt. But I think Jahmyr Gibbs is kind of by far and away the best player in this. By far and away. Now, let's move this over to our next team review. This is Diddy Party. Okay. Interesting team name. I will say it looks like we changed the team name after we submitted the review. If you're in the live stream, my friend, I would love it if you could let me know what your team name is in the stream. Please let me know in the live chat. And as we wait, see if he is in this live chat. Please let me know if you have any questions in the live chat. And yeah, I do not see a Diddy Party here. Okay. KO says, do you think Alvin Kamara moves up with the Derek Carr injury? Hell no. This is like the argument that people had that Devon Achane moved up because the Tua injury is, they have to lean on him. No. Fewer first downs, fewer trips to the red zone, fewer touchdown opportunities. Alvin Kamara moves down with the Derek Carr injury. Oh my gosh. Riskus, do you have to use the code on Underdog when signing up or just before the first deposit? Because I can't find it. Just go through the link in the live chat. If you are new to Underdog Fantasy and go through the link in the chat, you should be prompted with a promo code. And also, if you go through the link in the chat, it should be automatically applied for you. And I don't know if we can find this team name. So we're going to have to skip by this team name for Tyler real quick. Our next team is going to be coming out from Becker Gabriel. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Tizzy Gets Busy says, how do we get you to look at the league? If you want a league review like we are doing for all these other teams here, you can either purchase it through flockfantasy.com with the little button in the top right corner. You can always ask a team review, trade question, or start sit question. I will say team reviews are very expensive. We don't have the time to get through a ton of them. So instead of purchasing a team review outright, what I would definitely do if you wanted a team review is take advantage of one of the promos that we have. If you sign up to flockfantasy.com with an annual Mother Flocker subscription with promo code FLOCK, you'll get everything that comes with the subscription plus a free team review voucher every year to get your league reviewed. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will get the free team review voucher and a free Brock Purdy pick more than less than half a total yard. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. But let's get this going for the Chicago Badgers or Bears, something like that. But anyway, appreciate you. Going to be excited. Check it out. This is the 7th team in the League Analyzer. So kind of a middle of the road squad. This is a 12-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. The team's currently 1-4. Honestly, I think it's better than, I guess we had the Kenneth Walker injury. That makes sense. But looking at quarterback, first off, we have Kyler Murray. Obviously, with Kyler, we are able to start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. Doesn't even matter if he's going up against a team like the Niners, because when you have the rushing upside, it just simply doesn't matter. He is going to be able to give you the spikes in fantasy. So, yeah, if you start Kyler, good matchups. He could potentially be a top 3 quarterback, bad matchups. I mean, he could still get there based off just him running the ball. Going over to what we have with the running backs here, we are currently sitting with Kenneth Walker, J.K. Dobbins. So I believe that Dobbins will actually be better coming out of the bye with a healthier offensive line and a healthier Justin Herbert as well. Obviously, we had Dobbins as the sell-high player back through the first 2 weeks. He crushed in really good spots, clear sell-high guy going into week 3. But I found that it seems like people are much lower on J.K. Dobbins at this point. And I think his situation's actually improved, where if you look at week 3 and week 4, you had significantly more snaps in comparison to Gus Edwards, whereas in the first 2 weeks, it was a situation in which they really did split the backfield. Now, Bucky Irving, Tajay Spears, Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon was a viable play this past week when you had Dobbins on bye. Not super excited. Obviously, if Jonathan Taylor does miss, then you can look at throwing him in. I probably wouldn't play him over the rest of this squad, though. Going over to what we have at wide receiver. We are currently looking at CeeDee Lamb, Drake London. So these are 2 top 10 wide receivers that we have rest of season. We have George Pickens, Michael Pittman Jr. So these are 2 quality wide receiver depth pieces. It's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So I like that we're rostering the extra running back in comparison to the wide receiver position. Here we don't have a super strong tight end. We are pretty much just streaming. We have Pat Frymuth. Obviously, Frymuth and I have a love-hate relationship, where he almost won us this past week, and then his fumble at the end of the game lost us this past week. Super frustrating. Literally could not be more frustrating. Reality, he's had a considerable amount of targets, right? The issue is it's a low-volume passing attack with Justin Fields being the quarterback. I honestly think he'd probably be a little bit better if Russell Wilson was under center. I don't know if the Steelers would be any better, but I think the receivers here in this offense potentially would. Now, with that being said, can we afford to go upgrade a tight end? Probably not. Like, we have 4 wide receivers with value. While it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, it's not like we should expect that we are going to be able to get a ton for Pickens. We're not going to be able to get a ton for Pittman. So I think that this is a team that's kind of stuck where it is, to be honest. I think your clear plays are, I mean, if you can sell Michael Pittman Jr. high, if somebody thinks that this production with Joe Flacco is going to carry back over going into the future, we would pivot off of him, but I'm pretty sure most people understand once Richardson comes back in, he will be much worse. And yeah, I think the team will be a lot better now that we get Kenneth Walker back in. Clearly see why we struggled through the first few weeks, but you also have Dobbins and Tajay Spears through their bye weeks already. So I think we're probably riding out with the squad as it stands, and I think it will just naturally be better. But it's also not like we have a ton of rookies there. We're able to sell a bunch of rookies that have long-term appeal to get short-term production on a 1-4 roster, which is also something that we're typically looking to do. But I appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. But let's move this over and let's answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. If you have any questions in the chat, please drop them. Would be happy to get to them. Raven says London and Najee for Breece Hall. Honestly, I think it's up to you. Obviously, it's very difficult to sell Drake London after the 500 passing yard game for Kirk Cousins. Way says, how are you so hot? You have no idea how many people I have on my hair and makeup team to get ready for these live streams and get ready for these videos for y'all. Y'all have no idea. Bam's Corrupted says, any MLB playoff interest? I wish I could say yes. But honestly, I have not thought about it for a single second. During the football season, when I say I have no life and I have no interest outside of this at all, I truly mean I have no life and I have no interest outside of anything but this at all. Okay. Ryan says, where's the pup? We need a celeb appearance. I'll hear her scratching at the door later in the live stream. Once she's scratching, we'll get her in. We'll get her up. Okay, just making sure. I thought she was maybe on her bed, but no, she's not in here. Who the what says Baker Mayfield thoughts. Baker looks like, obviously, has been a phenomenal real-life QB. We actually had Baker Mayfield with a pretty good day running the football. I think he had 44 rushing yards this past week off the top of my head, which if you look over the past 4 years, that was the highest rushing yard game that we have seen from Baker. So the rushing production probably going to come down. Still looks like he's a solid real-life option. But I think there are a lot of these quarterbacks that are like good real-life players, but since they're not going to have the rushing, they're not much more than just streaming players. Like looking at like Jared Goff, Brock Purdy, Baker Mayfield, Kirk Cousins. In my mind, they're all kind of about the same. Where in a good matchup where you get the passing volume, then they're really exciting. Obviously, Baker's been much better than pretty much all those guys, but still. Okay. Now let's move this over. Kissaring says, Mason, what's the record in the Flock League? We are sadly 3-2. I thought we were about to be 4-1, but sadly we are 3-2. Isma Blast says, what did we do with Etienne super lost? So with Travis Etienne, obviously dealing with the shoulder injury has been god awful. Like Travis Etienne has been horrendous. Now with that being said, he did have the receiving usage this past week. Tank Bigsby did eat his lunch as a rusher. Bigsby's still kind of splitting this a second job with Dearness Johnson. I still view Etienne as the running back one in this backfield. You could go ahead and try to sell him based off name appeal. But to be honest with you, I would be very surprised if you found somebody willing to buy. I would be very surprised if you found somebody that was excited to buy. David, if you didn't get your free team review, please shoot an email, mason.at flockfantasy.com. Blake says, what is the picks rank on Flock Fantasy? So if you look at the league analyzer, I'll say this real quick. If y'all are not already on the site, at least be using, like, obviously completely fine. If you don't want to pay me for my fantasy football advice, more power to you. You don't need to do that. But I really do think that you'd kind of be a fool not to just take advantage of the free tools that we have on the site. Go over to the My Teams page. If you want to connect any of your fantasy football leagues, you can connect any leagues that are on Sleeper, ESPN, Yahoo. And yes, let's refresh this. Obviously, I have my team connected. I will say y'all actually broke flockfantasy.com earlier today. So many of y'all were using the free tools. We had to upgrade the servers. But anyway, yeah, go ahead and link your team if you play on ESPN, Sleeper, Yahoo. You can view the league analyzer for completely free, and you'll see the picks rank in the far right corner. This literally does absolutely nothing. It has no impact on anything. This is just specifically here for Dynasty fantasy football leagues, where if you play in a Dynasty fantasy football league, then it'll be like, oh, you have a 2025 first rookie pick, 2025 second round rookie pick. And then if you have like 3 first rounders in 2025, then you'll have the number one thing. But if you're playing in a regular redraft league, it has no impact. Okay. Dalen says, is Keon Coleman droppable in a 10-team league? I believe Keon Coleman at the moment is the wide receiver 1 for Josh Allen, who was just selected at pick 33 overall. So to drop that player after the first 5 weeks of the season, I think would be a mistake. Adjutet says, Caleb or Fields rest of season. If you're playing for the floor, like if this was a super flex format where you go on Mason, I really need to make sure one of these guys is starting, then I think you go ahead and I think you take Caleb Williams, because there is a small possibility, and obviously it is a very small possibility, but it's there. There's a small possibility that Justin Fields does end up getting benched at some point this season. However, if you're playing in a 1 quarterback league where these guys are both borderline waiver wire options, where the only thing that you're optimizing for is upside, I'd probably prefer Fields if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format, because Fields will have the rushing upside there. But I do think Caleb has way more job security than Justin Fields does. So it depends on what your league is. Matthew, yes, Rashee Rice is a confirmed drop. From what I've read, it sounds like Rashee Rice will not be able to even come back for an AFC championship. Rashee Rice won't even be able to come back for a Super Bowl if the Chiefs get there. So obviously he's not coming back for week 14. Hunter says Alan Lazard or Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman, not close for me rest of the season. Keon Coleman. Nick says trade Kamara for Brian Robinson or Bijan Robinson and Brian Robinson Jr. If we knew Derek Carr was out for like the year, or Derek Carr was going to the IR, I think you could really, really consider it. Here, I would say like Calvin Kamara is still definitely the best player in this deal. Maybe in the context of, oh my gosh, I really need a viable depth piece. My depth is absolutely garbage with my team. Then you could possibly consider it. But if it's like a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where you have plenty of depth, then probably not. I'd probably just keep Kamara. Okay. But let's move this over and let's get back to the free questions that we have on the site. And of course, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you'd always go over to flockfantasy.com. You can hit the expert advice button, get a team review. Get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting here. If you wanted a team review instead of purchasing it directly through the site, I would highly recommend taking advantage of one of the promos that we have. Couple promos is one, if you use promo code FLOCK when you sign up to flockfantasy.com. And if you sign up to an annual Mother Flocker subscription, you will get a free team review every year. And plus everything that comes with the subscription. Or 2, if you head over to Underdog Fantasy, which is the link in the live chat or the link in the description, and use promo code FLOCK there and make it minimum a $10 deposit, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free Brock Purdy pick for the Thursday night game, more than less than half a total yard. And you'll get a free team review voucher for the live streams that we are doing every single night. But let's move this over and let's get our next question going for C. Porin. I believe that's how we said this. This is Cho Young Kwang is the team name, I believe. I'm right here, number 3 in the league analyzer. We are 3rd in the league analyzer, but honestly, all these teams here, the top 5 are all very, very close. Then you obviously have that significant fall off to these teams near the bottom that don't really have a shot. Saying, how good is my team compared to the rest of the league? Do I need to make any trades or to help our roster? Well, first thing is, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So with this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, any chance we get to sell wide receiver depth to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, we go ahead and we take it. And yeah, here we don't have any wide receiver depth. I think you've already done a great job with this team. Now, the interesting conversation to have is, obviously we know when we have Jalen Hurts, we're never starting Kirk Cousins. So it's very, very, very easy for me to say, if you could potentially go through and sell Kirk Cousins in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, we go ahead and we do just that. However, I think that there's a good shot that you probably are not able to. That you're probably just stuck with Cousins and Jalen Hurts. And in the scenario that you're not able to sell Kirk Cousins, would you be able to just go ahead and cut him? In my mind, with this being a little bit of a shallower league, I think I possibly would, especially knowing that Jalen Hurts is already through his bye. If it was a 6-point passing touchdown format, probably not. If it was a 4-point passing touchdown format, I think we could. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Saquon Barkley, RB1 overall, best asset in fantasy football. Love to see it. We have David Montgomery, J.K. Dobbins, Chase Brown, Tyler Algier, Gus Edwards. So in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, especially when we have the strong wide receiver options, I love what we're doing here with the roster, not only having the elite RB at the top, but also building around a ton of running back depth. Because this is the spot where you could see that continued improvement. This is the spot where we could see a player jump up with a massive bump in value. However, with that being said, Gus Edwards himself is a running back that at this point really doesn't have upside. Based off what we have seen with the efficiency so far this season, with the lack of usage as a receiver, and with the role getting scaled back in comparison to J.K. Dobbins, I think it's a safe spot to say we can go ahead, we can cut Gus Edwards, we can maybe pick up a wide receiver off the waiver wire, or maybe another running back that's an injury away that you like a little bit more. Now going over to Harrison, Chris Godwin, DJ Moore. Here, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. You have 3 guys you feel comfortable about starting. I honestly don't think you need to worry about anything else than this. And then obviously Dalton Kincaid has been very disappointing, but I don't know. I mean, he's still one of the top options in an offense that I still expect to be one of the better offenses in the NFL. So I'm probably sitting here with probably no moves to make on this team outside of potentially explore options with Kirk Cousins. Cut Gus Edwards for a different player off the waiver wire. But for a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I think you're in a great spot. We are near the top of the league. Obviously, we're sitting with a 4-1 record, one of the best teams according to the league analyzer. And honestly, I love the construction of it at the same time. But let's move this over to what we have with the next squad here. This is Jameer Jungle. This is also the 3rd best team according to the league analyzer. It says, what can we do to improve the squad? This is a league where you're sitting with up to 4 wide receivers. So since we can start up to 4 receivers weekly, definitely the wide receiver depth does matter more. And here we are building around more wide receiver depth. So we actually like to see it. Then going over to what we have at quarterback, we have Kyler. We're starting Kyler every week regardless. You even see him in a really tough matchup this past week, come through with the rushing upside. So don't need a backup quarterback. You'd love to see it. Going over to what we have with our running backs here. We have Jahmyr Gibbs, Jonathan Taylor. So in the long term, we have 2 top 10 running backs that we can start weekly. Obviously, in the short term, it may be a little bit of a tougher situation, given the fact that you have no Taylor, but we can go through and we can start Chase Brown here instead. We have Bucky Irving, Tracy. So honestly, we have plenty of running back depth. Great running back room. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we're currently sitting with Deebo Samuel, DK Metcalf, Brian Thomas, Amari Cooper, Jamison Williams, and Michael Pittman Jr. So I definitely prefer the wide receiver depth in this league, as we already mentioned. Now to have this many receivers that are viable, to have 6 wide receivers that you could potentially start every week, I think that this is maybe a little bit overkill. And what I would really like to do is go down to maybe one of these teams that are struggling with their wide receiver depth. I mean, that team's maybe okay with it. This team's maybe okay with it. I mean, this team right now has Xavier Worthy as their wide receiver 2. Jacoby Myers is their wide receiver 3 with the Puka Nacua injury. They're 0-5. They need points in their lineup right this second. So what I would love to do is I would love to take one of these receivers that are on our bench that we are not considering to start. And if you could potentially sell, say, I don't know, Amari Cooper and get back in Puka Nacua, give them a viable starter where maybe they don't fall to 0-6 and we're able to get another win. Another high upside play in the long term on a team where we are currently 3-2. I think that does make a lot of sense. Going through and looking at other wide receivers, here, this team has Christian Watson as their wide receiver 3. So if we can maybe make the play for the long-term Tyreek Hill, where if you wanted to see if we could send like Deebo Samuel and Amari Cooper, or DK Metcalf, Amari Cooper, DK Metcalf, Jamison Williams, Deebo Samuel, Michael Pittman, really just one of these top 3 receivers with one of the bottom 3 wide receivers, pivot over to Tyreek Hill. We'll still have the wide receivers that we feel comfortable to start in the short term. While at the same time, in the long term here, I think that you could be in a perfectly fine situation just adding in that extra high upside piece. And then going over to tight end, we have Kraft, we have Pat Freiermuth. Tucker Kraft must start tight end weekly, nothing to talk about. I mean, maybe he scales back a little bit when Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs are good to go, but looks phenomenal, of course. And then with Pat Freiermuth, I'm fine if you have Kraft. Like, obviously, Kraft's not already through his bye. It's not like Tucker Kraft has an insane amount of value here. So if you wanted to roster the backup tight ends, I definitely think that you can. But yeah, overall, I mean, this is a really strong team. I don't think that there's too much to discuss here, outside of maybe tearing up to one of those long-term wide receivers when we don't need all those receivers that we have in the short term. But I really do appreciate you. And honestly, I think that you're in a phenomenal spot going into the future. But it looks like we're about to hit 400 likes in this live stream. So let's pivot over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. And as Satya says, I sent a message with it. Says, what can I improve to says, what can I improve to the team? If you have any other things you want me to talk about, please let me know in the chat. I'd be happy to look at it. But your message with it was, what can I do to improve? Ferd says, Mooney or Shaheed? I'm leaning Mooney. With the Derek Carr injury, I think it's easy to go Darnell Mooney. Obviously, you can make an argument that if Derek Carr is fully healthy, it'd be very close, and that kind of profile to be similar options. Okay. Let's see. Pitcher Endon says Chase Brown and Devonta Smith for Garrett Wilson. So if you think that Zach Moss is good to go, yes, we just want to get Garrett Wilson. We just want to get the best player. However, if you think that you're going to have Zach Moss missing some time here, then at that point, I probably would prefer the Chase Brown side, just because if you think Zach Moss is going to miss time, then Chase Brown's a league winner. At least for a week winner. Let's say that. Not a league winner. A week winner. Okay. I want to check out Sata's question. See if they have another. Sata says, I just traded JT and Debo for Lamb. I think that honestly makes it. One, I'm completely fine with the trade given the Jonathan Taylor injury. But there in that case, I think you definitely want to be selling one of the wide receiver depth pieces in the same trade that we were recommending previously. But obviously, a couple of the other running backs that you can look at the running back position as well. Instead of just going for the guys like Tyreek Hill and Puka Nacua and selling the short-term wide receiver production for the long-term wide receiver upside, you do the same thing there at running back, where maybe we go ahead and maybe we look to sell Pittman and try to go get somebody like Chubb or Jonathan Brooks that gives you the long-term upside at running back at that point. Now, going over to what we have with our next team. Next question. Big Troll says Mason and Devontae Adams for Breece Hall. I would rather have Breece Hall long-term. Obviously, a lot of this comes down to your expectations with Christian McCaffrey. Personally, I think that CMC will be back this season. But if that's not your expectation, then obviously you view it differently. Country Connected, happy to see us, says, we have Olave, Wilson, Chase, Smith, DJ, Brian, Robinson, Montgomery. Trading Ford, Najee, DJ for Gibbs, Montgomery for Gibbs. Yeah, no brainer for Gibbs there. And then Montgomery for Aaron Jones. Is it a good move? If it is a full PBR format where you feel that you can afford to wait for the long-term upside, of Aaron Jones, yes, it is still an injury that may linger into week 7. So it's not an absolute no-brainer that you are going to be getting Aaron Jones back in. He is labeled week to week, but I mean, there is a decent shot that it happens. Okay. Justin says, if we have Bowers and Hawkinson, is it smart to use one as trade bait? Typically, yes. If you have 2 viable tight ends that have trade value, I would 100% look to sell one, because you're never really in a situation where it makes sense to throw a tight end into a flex spot. Now, with that being said, timing is kind of everything here. It's not super easy to say, oh yeah, let's go sell Hawkinson right now. With Hawkinson not playing, you're not going to be getting a ton of value for Hawkinson. Okay. Now let's move this over and let's get the question going for the next squad here. This next team is going to be AJ04. And actually here, we're going to back out of this and go from the top. I apologize. Let me do this one more time. But we are still going to get to AJ's 04's team review. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. And definitely, like I said, if you ever want to ask a trade question, start set question, team review, get a guaranteed answer in the live stream. The easiest way to do that is go over to flockfantasy.com. Hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, start set question, whatever you are wanting. If you wanted a team review, definitely I would recommend going through one of our promos. If you go through Underdog Fantasy, which is the link in the live chat or the link in the description, and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Not only will you get that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, but you'll also get that free Brock Purdy pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of it, you are going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. So yeah, make sure you take advantage of it. You can find that link in the live chat right now. But let's move this over and let's get this going for AJ04. where this is an ESPN team, my guy, you should be able to link any ESPN team that you have with the site. So please, if you're having any issues, just reach out in the site issues section of the Discord. You can find the link to the Discord in the description of this live stream if you're not already in it. But yeah, definitely make sure that you take advantage of that. Even if you're not going to submit another team for review, I mean, you could still play around with all the free tools if your team's linked. But this is a league where we start 2 wide receivers and 2 flex spots. So the wide receiver depth here definitely does matter a little bit more. And going over to the bench, we don't have a ton of bench positions. You only have a total of 5. So there should be decent options on the waiver wire. Quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Obviously, when we have Hurts, we can go ahead and we can drop Joe Flacco. Flacco probably wouldn't have been the guy that I started, but obviously good call on that front. Flacco did have himself a day. So yeah, I mean, I'd probably go ahead, drop Flacco. Only need a roster 1 quarterback rest of the season with what you have with Jalen Hurts, especially knowing that Hurts is already through his bye week as well. Now, going over to what we have with the running backs, we have Breece Hall, Javonte Williams, Antonio Gibson. For the love of God, tell me you have someone on the bench. Thank God we have Saquon Barkley. So, I mean, if Breece Hall was RB1, I'd probably be a little bit, I don't want to say worried about it, but not super excited. Going over and looking at what we would have, say, with maybe Javonte as my RB2, I would be terrified. Gibson as my RB3, I'd be terrified. But to go Barkley RB1, Breece RB2, Javonte RB3, it's a phenomenal running back room, both built out for the top end production as well as the depth at the same time. Now going over to what we have at wide receiver. We are currently sitting with DK Metcalf, Tyreek Hill. So we have a long-term wide receiver 1, long-term wide receiver 2, Octavian Wicks. Down there on the bench, we have Puka Nacua for the long-term upside. I would imagine that Puka Nacua is eligible for the IR in your league, so definitely move Puka to the IR and just go ahead and pick up an extra free player that you can get off the waiver wire. Going over to the defenses that you have with this team. I mean, you currently have the Saints as well as the Philadelphia Eagles defense rostered. So really don't understand what we are doing here with the defenses. Like the Saints defense, horrible play this week going up against the Kansas City Chiefs. The Philly defense, not a good enough defense to justify rostering through the bye, especially on a team where you only have 5 bench spots. So I would highly recommend, if possible, you going through, picking 1 defense, never rostering 2 defenses in a league where you only have 5 bench spots, moving Puka to the IR, opening up 2 roster spots that way, going ahead and picking up, and also dropping Joe Flacco, so there will open up 3 roster spots. Pick up your favorite 3 wide receivers and running backs off the waiver wire. Tight end, we have Pitts and the long-term upside of Hawkinson. So completely fine with this tight end room. But yeah, the main thing that I would do is just try to open up some of these roster spots that we have where I think we're probably not optimizing them, to be honest. But outside of that, I think it's a strong team with the options that we have at the very top, particularly at running back. The main thing, of course, is we are just having to wait for Tyreek Hill to come back in as that elite option. And what we do need is Tua to come back in as the quarterback here for Miami. But let's move this over. This team is going to be the Diddy Party one, which I believe we do not know the team name with this. We're going to have to skip over this again. We will wait for Diddy Party to come back out in the live chat and let us know what they changed their team name to. Brady Blue coming out with this free Underdog team review. This is Tom Brady's Meat. Very interesting team name here. Very, very interesting team name. But you're saying, hey man, hope all is well. 0-5. We traded Tyreek for Godwin, Harrison, Pollard week 3 after Pacheco went down week 2. Rice went down week 4. We drafted Andrews. Dear God. So you're telling me we had Tyreek lose Tua. We lost Pacheco. We lost Rice. We drafted Mark Andrews. This must be the unluckiest team I've ever seen. And now we're sitting at 0-5. Good news is, if you're 0-5, you're not dead yet. Bad news is, you're very close to death. Like, you're at the point where we're going to have to get the zappers, or we're going to have to zap you. We're going to have to try to bring this back to life somehow. So at this point, if you were 0-5, we cannot afford to fall to 0-6. We need to start winning some games here. So what we want to do is we want to be looking as many deals as possible to sell long-term upside value pieces just to get assets in that will be able to make an impact in the short term with this starting lineup. Now let's go ahead. Let's pull this up. Let's try to find some of these assets that have long-term value but aren't giving us the production in the short term here. So right now we have Josh Allen at quarterback. I'm completely fine with Josh Allen. I think you can maybe say, oh, okay, well, this is a QB that's been extremely disappointing. I drafted him as the QB1. He has not been anything close to consistent, which I would agree with. I still have Josh Allen as the top 5 QB rest of season. Definitely have had to move him down our rankings, though. But with that being said, it's not like we're making any dramatic changes here with our quarterback room. We're still going to be rolling with Josh Allen into the future, and we're still not going to be rostering a backup QB if we have Josh Allen on the team. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard, Kareem Hunt, Zach Moss, Isaiah Pacheco. So obviously it's going to depend on the league that you're in. It's going to depend on what your league mates think in terms of the viability for Pacheco to come back in. But if you think that we could squeeze any value at all, and trade away Isaiah Pacheco and Marvin Harrison to get a wide receiver upgrade in the short term, you go ahead and you do that ASAP. And going over to Harrison, Harrison's also a player I typically wouldn't tell anybody to look to trade him. I think that Harrison's going to be a really strong option. You don't need to be moving on from him. But at the same time, this is one of those rookies that in the short term's not giving you a lot. In the long term, you want to assume he's going to get better as we go on. But I don't know if that's the player that makes sense specifically with this team where we are currently 0-5. So going like Pacheco and Harrison to pivot over to a wide receiver like Garrett Wilson, or dear God, if you can somehow get to A.J. Brown, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so the wide receiver depth doesn't matter a ton. Obviously, at this point, it does look like a pretty safe spot where you can just go ahead. You can just cut Rashee Rice. And then going over to tight end, we have Dallas Goedert, Pat Freiermuth. I mean, the thing is, you're not going to be able to get much value for either tight end, right? You are probably sitting here as is, not really making a move. So I think the only thing for this team to possibly try to do here, that is 0-5, is you go through and you look at the long-term value that Pacheco may hold, if any, and we try to package Pacheco right this second with Marvin Harrison to get the best wide receiver that we possibly can. From a roster construction perspective, given the league format that you're in, I think it is a solid construction. Like, I don't think you need to be making too many adjustments on that front. But my main issue is specifically surrounding having any long-term value on the team that's not providing us with the short-term production given its record. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out. And of course, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. But let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be a trade question from Aaron. Says it's a double flex team. We have Allen, Saquon, Gibbs, Chase Brown, Kupp, Higgins, JSN, Ladd, and Keon. So going from Jahmyr Gibbs to Garrett Wilson is a downgrade in a double flex full PPR format. It's not horrible. Going from Ladd to Brian Thomas is a massive upgrade. Going from Leggett to Zach Moss is a massive upgrade. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I think we just keep it stupid simple. I think we just say, oh, okay, well, I actually want to just keep on holding Jahmyr Gibbs, the best player in this trade. Especially as Jahmyr Gibbs is already through his bye week as well. So you are going to get an extra week from Gibbs. But because it's a double flex format where getting the additional starters in should make a difference for us here with these guys like Wilson, Brian Thomas, and Zach Moss, I'm completely fine if you wanted to pivot off the best player and go get the package, specifically because the league settings that we have here. But can y'all please spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have? Double flex format. Would you rather have Wilson, Thomas, Moss, or Gibbs, Ladd, Leggett? I personally probably go with the Wilson side, but I do think that Gibbs is the best player in the deal, and Gibbs already being through his bye, you do get the extra game in comparison to Garrett Wilson's the best player on the other side. Okay, let's see. Vitamin Me says double flex, right. We got Wilson from Alejandro. Right side, Wilson side. So Moss, please let me know in the live chat if I'm wrong with this. But my assumption of the Zach Moss injury, at least from what I've seen, is Zach Moss should be good to go, if not this week, then next week. It's not going to be a long-term injury with Moss. It does look like we have some people in on the Gibbs side. Not everybody is on Wilson, but most people are. Now let's go over to the start sit that we have with Tommy. We fell into the hole with Jefferson on bye. How are we going to be submitting the lineup? All right, let's figure this out. I would love to get rid of Olave in this lineup if possible. Olave was bad with Derek Carr. Olave will be even worse with no Derek Carr. This offense is going to be a debacle. With that being said, we have no Justin Jefferson, no Jordan Whittington. Shakir may not be healthy. So Darnell Mooney would have to be the guy that we throw in over Olave. I don't know if I can get there just yet. Going over to the flex spots, we for sure need to play probably, I think it's easy. You go Chase Brown and Darnell Mooney. Maybe if Shakir is good to go, you consider Shakir, but with the inconsistent passing volume that we've had in Buffalo, I wouldn't be excited about it. The main concern that you have with this team is the Derek Carr injury not only impacting Olave for us, but also impacting Kamara. Now, moving this over from Ian JJ. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Appreciate you, my guys. So started off 0-3 with some BS losses. Running back room's pretty bad. Open to any trade ideas or what we should be doing in general. I like the squad. Just got an unlucky first 3 weeks. Thanks, Mason. Appreciate the view. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to dive into it. And yeah, look at the team. There are 4 juggernauts in this league. It's a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the depth isn't going to make a super big difference for us here. And right now, we are one of the 4 juggernauts. We are much better than the teams below this. We are currently 3rd in the league analyzer, but the top 4 teams are all about the same. But going ahead and pulling this up. So we have won the past 2 weeks, which is good to hear. We are in a little bit of an upswing. In general, what we are looking to do in a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex is if you get the ability to make a 2-for-1 trade to improve inside the starting lineup, that's exactly what I would want to do. Looking at the quarterback room, we are currently sitting with Lamar Jackson. I'm having Lamar, obviously, the QB1 in fantasy. It doesn't even look like it's that close at this point. So very comfortable position to just hold on to Lamar Jackson, not roster any backups. Not really going to be a massive difference one way or another. Now, going over to running back, this is the issue that we have with this team. It is a 10-team league Najee Harris, I'm not even excited about as my RB2 in a 10-team league. J.K. Dobbins is an RB3 in a 10-team format. Ramondre Stevenson, Braylon Allen, these guys are whatever pieces. I mean, obviously the Pacheco injury decimated the squad here, but you are in a situation in which I think you are highly incentivized to go ahead and upgrade at wide receiver. There are a couple different, at running back. There are a couple different ways that we can do this. First things first, going over to wide receiver, we're in a great spot. I mean, with the receivers that we have with this team, you have Justin Jefferson, an elite wide receiver 1. We have Drake London, another wide receiver 1. We have Devonta Smith, a quality flex play. These are 3 guys that we are starting every single week, regardless of the matchup. You have a couple different possibilities of what you could be looking to do here. I think the first thing that you could potentially look to do is you could look to, 1, try to see if we can sell Darnell Mooney after the massive blow-up week and go get an upgrade at running back. Or maybe if you can sell Darnell Mooney and Najee Harris and pivot over and get a long-term upgrade like Josh Jacobs, go get a long-term upgrade like Joe Mixon, in specifically a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I think that would be a great move. The other thing that you could look to do here is if we can find a team that is desperate for a tight end and send them Jake Ferguson, who looks like a mid tight end 1 right now, that would be very appealing. Now, maybe you don't want to be making that move right this second, because obviously we do have we have Travis Kelce on bye this week. So if we have Kelce on bye, you will be in a situation in which you are just kind of having to roll with the punches and start Ferguson this week, then maybe be able to upgrade our running back position next week and roll out the disgusting running backs right now. But yeah, after this next week, like going over and looking at this team where they are rostering 3 tight ends, the issue is they have Alvin Kamara. There's no way we can get to Kamara. I mean, unless you wanted to trade Travis Kelce and Najee Harris right now and see if we can get Kamara, you can go ahead and look to do that. This team is Hawkinson, Njoku, Zach Ertz. If we want to see if we can send them Jake Ferguson and Najee Harris and see if we can go over and get Aaron Jones after this next week, I think that would be interesting. Obviously, we need Ferguson right now. Or go get Kenneth Walker after this next week. I think that would be very interesting as well. Or going over to this team where they have Evan Ingram and Hunter Henry, where we could potentially, after this next week, trade Ferguson and Najee and go get like Devon Achane. I think that would be a phenomenal play. And of course, as we mentioned, I think you can feel free to throw in one of the wide receiver depth pieces, particularly in a league where we are elite at wide receiver at the very top. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team format, so the wide receiver depth's not going to be a priority for us. I think that would be the main thing I am looking to do here, my friend. But I think that's really all I got for you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And as always, if there's anything I can do, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. Super happy to help you out. But yeah, a great team. And thank you again for taking advantage of that Underdog promo. But let's move this over to our next trade question. It's coming out from P77. Here we trade Drake London, Zay Flowers, David Montgomery. And we get back A.J. Brown, Kenneth Walker. So Drake London to A.J. Brown, clear upgrade. David Montgomery to Kenneth Walker, clear upgrade. You're paying Zay Flowers, get it done. You also have A.J. Brown already through his bye as well. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take the best player in the deal. We will take A.J. Brown. Now going over to Bills Mafia's trade. Says trying to see if this is the right trade to improve my running back spot. Craziest ending in the Flock League. By the way, it was a very, very sad ending, my guy. But much love, as always, for being a member of the Flock. Main thing is, of course, we need to check our quarterback room. We have Jalen Hurts. Honestly, having Hurts here, I think you can afford to make this deal. I'm looking at their running backs, seeing if there's anybody that would maybe be a little more excited for. I would see if you can get another player thrown back your way. Like if you could get Jonathan Brooks thrown back, or if you could get Bucky Irving thrown back, I would like this deal a whole lot more. Definitely you can look to do it regardless, though, when we have Jalen Hurts. Obviously, Jalen Hurts through the bye. You don't need Kyler Murray, you don't need a second quarterback. Under the assumption that it's a one quarterback format. Superflex league, then obviously, hell no, we're not doing this. Now, going over to our next question, it's going to be from Zachary. Says, hey, Mason, I received this, but don't know if it's worth it. Can I squeeze more or keep the squad? So this is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Skimming the squad, we are a great, great team right now. But for this trade, no. You want Jahmyr Gibbs. You want Drake London. Gibbs already through the bye as well. Yes, Jefferson's the best player in this deal. But London is a top 10 receiver. You're effectively trading 2 top 10 assets for another elite one, but still. If you were going to make this deal, I definitely want them to be kicking back a player of significance in our direction. Like, if they could throw back in Aaron Jones, then here, this is a trade I'm willing to do. I'm willing to say, yes, we'll take the Jefferson and Aaron Jones side of this. But just for Jefferson straight up, I wouldn't accept it. Now, Abrag coming out says, considering Brian Thomas Jr. over Evans due to the matchup, do you think Evans should be over injured A.J. Brown or Neighbors? Okay. Obviously, Evans going up against the Saints. No, you're not going to be playing anybody over A.J. Brown or Malik Neighbors. We go A.J. Brown, London, Neighbors. Here for me in my rankings this week, I'm probably going to take Mike Evans over Brian Thomas. While yes, the Lattimore matchup's not super fun. While yes, this has been something that we've had to struggle with for quite some time. With Mike Evans, Brian Thomas Jr. has a really tough matchup in his own right going up against the Chicago Bears. This is a phenomenal team. This is a great spot to be in. I would love to say like, oh, on my team, I'm considering benching Brian Thomas Jr. If you watch the Flock League, you would be laughing at that because you know how Brian Thomas Jr. would probably be my best player. But yeah, I think that if it would be different if Thomas didn't have Evan Ingram coming back in, possibly siphoning off a few of the wide receiver targets and didn't have a tough matchup against the Bears, but I'd probably just go Evans. Now, Lost at Sea coming out with the team review. It's one of those free Underdog team reviews. Says, any thoughts on trying to get more running back depth? Should I try to move Jordan Mason in maybe a package with Zay Flowers for an elite guy? Well, let's go ahead and let's pull this up. So in terms of the league settings with this team, it's a league where you start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, the tight end, and a single flex spot. So in general, in this kind of league, we are wanting to make those 2-for-1 packages to get elite players where we potentially can. Now, of course, Jordan Mason's a very unique player in that Jordan Mason is a phenomenal option in the short term in his own right. Now, the issue that you have with Jordan Mason is he is a little bit of a ticking time bomb where if you do have, say, McCaffrey coming back, we even get positive news of McCaffrey, where they tell us this week, hey, McCaffrey may be good. Jordan Mason's value plummets in that instance. The second that we get positive news regarding McCaffrey. But sometimes you need the Jordan Mason production. Sometimes you don't. Looking at the squad here, Jordan Mason is our RB2 right now. If we were to trade Jordan Mason, as of now, if this is our bench with Algier, Roschon, Ladd McConkey, Christian Watson, I would say you need a running back in return. Like typically, especially in this league, if you're telling me you only have 4 bench spots, here, this is a league in which you should have phenomenal options on the waiver wire for you. So with great options on waivers, I would love to go through and I would love to see if we could potentially make a 2-for-1 deal. But if you were selling Zay Flowers and Jordan Mason, the pivot would be to another running back. I think what you would need is, Riley says, doesn't allow me to change trade settings to a 2 quarterback unless the same in a Dynasty league. It's because we don't have 2 quarterback redraft leagues right now. If you're asking a trade question, please just include in the comments. This is a super flex league, so I know. But anyway, looking at this, I think if you were to sell Jordan Mason and Zay Flowers, I like it, but it's for a running back upgrade to a running back like Joe Mixon, where you're looking a little more long-term. Now, starting off at quarterback, obviously, when we were sitting with Josh Allen, it's a very comfortable spot. With Allen, you're able to start him. Lamar, you're able to start him every single week, regardless of the matchup. Why I was saying Allen is I was going to say he jumped Josh Allen in my rest of season rankings as QB1. I think it's very easy to see that with both the floor and ceiling the rushing upside gives you. Going down to the bench, we're definitely not rostering another quarterback when we have Lamar Jackson. Going over to running back, we have Derrick Henry, a player that I wish I had. A top 5 running back rest of season very easily. Sitting as like the RB1 right this second. Derrick Henry has just been an absolute crusher so far. Jordan Mason is a running back that's, like I said, we need with this team in the short term. So if you were going to be making a trade involving Jordan Mason, you need to get another significant running back in return. Going over to wide receiver, we have the injury to Nico Collins. So now we have St. Brown, and then at that wide receiver 2 slot, probably Zay Flowers or Ladd McConkey. So to be honest with you, as we look at this team, if you had Nico Collins fully healthy, I would say that you probably don't want to be moving on from... you probably want to be moving on from Jordan Mason and squeezing value where you can. But specifically because we have no Nico, so we don't really have a viable wide receiver 2 that you can play. I would just rather go ahead. I would rather hold on to Jordan Mason right out the production. You're dealing with too many injuries to really be making 2-for-1 deals right now. You have no Christian Watson. You have no Nico Collins. Hell, you're having to play someone like Ladd McConkey at the moment. Going over to tight end when we have Kincaid. Kincaid's been bad, but he should be better going into the future. I don't think you can afford to make a trade like that because of the injuries we're dealing with. Obviously, once we get Nico Collins back in, then maybe we can revisit selling Jordan Mason. But by that time, maybe the value plummets with McCaffrey coming back. But, I mean, obviously it sucks. I'm not going to sit here and act like losing one of the best receivers in fantasy, Nico Collins, wouldn't. But it is what it is. I really do appreciate you and really hope we were able to help you out in some way. I know, our advice here was injuries suck. You're kind of stuck as is. Moving over to Johnsky says, sup, Mason? I traded Terry for Kelsey. Love it. And I need a running back too. I think here, Jake Ferguson versus J.K. Dobbins is a very close call. If you were telling me you have Travis Kelsey, I am fine going through and making this trade. However, and this is a big however, you don't do it this week. Because if you can just hold on to Jake Ferguson for this week, play him with the Travis Kelsey bye, so I think we go ahead. I think we probably take the trade in the long term, but we don't do it until post Travis Kelsey injury. Now, moving over to our next trade question from Alexi says, it's a super flex league. Sorry about your loss in the flock league. Just a bump in the road to glory. Much love, much love. So looking at this, Darnold to Carr, massive downgrade in the super flex league. Chris Olave to Drake London, massive upgrade. Tank Dell to DJ Moore, massive upgrade. Right now, quarterback, we are currently sitting with Deshaun Watson, CJ Stroud, and that's it. Dear God. I would say the value is probably on the Carr, London, DJ Moore side. But in a super flex league, having to rely on Deshaun Watson, where it does seem like he is just inches away from getting benched for Jameis, is tough in my mind. So I don't love it, but I think based off value and value alone, you probably go with the London side. Because obviously with Olave, he sees the dip in value just like Carr does. Obviously, Carr to a greater extent in Superflex. Now going over to Vandermeer. And Alexi says, I'm the other team. So Alexi, are you saying that when we looked at this for you, your team is down here on the I receive side? Your team is, you have Geno Smith, Joe Burrow. Can you tell? This is very important for you to let me know. Because this is a massive bug that we have with the site that needs to be addressed right now if you let me know. So you're saying you receive Drake London, DJ Moore, Derek Carr. You receive Drake London, DJ Moore, Derek Carr, and you have Joe Burrow and Geno Smith. Just to make sure we're on the same page. Please confirm one more time in the chat with me. Lexi says yes. Dear God, that is phenomenal to know. Then yes, we for sure take the Drake London side. And we need to send this to the developers ASAP. Okay, so let's move this over. Aaron says, how do I get a team review? You can do it a couple different ways. One, obviously, if you ever wanted to ask any start sit questions, any trade questions, or get a full-blown team review, it's all through flockfantasy.com. You hit the button top right corner, expert advice. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. And if you did want the team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it, and what I'd recommend is going over to Underdog Fantasy and using promo code FLOCK. This is the link that you have in the live chat and description. And if you use promo code FLOCK over there on Underdog Fantasy, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll get a free Brock Purdy pick, more than less than half a total yard. And you will get a free team review voucher for flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. Okay. Now let's move this over. Vandermeer. This is Garrett Wilson versus Tyreek Hill. For the love of God, please take Tyreek Hill in this instance. I mean, if you are looking at Wilson, I'd rather have Wilson in the short term. But in the long term, I think that Tyreek has the upside to be wide receiver 1 overall, which I don't know if Wilson can come close to be honest. If you expect that Tua comes back in week 8, week 9, you only have one more week with no Tua for Tyreek. I think it's spot you kind of have to go with him. Okay. Now let's move this over. Next question coming out from LT. Says, scared how little running back depth I have, but just 3 for 1 traded for Cup, so I'll be picking up 2 running backs either way. Well, this is a no-brainer to get Justin Jefferson here. And are you in the live chat, my guy? Please let me know, LT, if you're in the chat right now. But looking at this with Jacobs, even if I view Jacobs as a clear buy low candidate in that, yes, he's in a great offense going into the future. He has a 3-down workload. And he has the receiving skill set. I think there's just way too big of a gap between these two receivers to make an argument for someone else. LeVar, okay, says, yes, it's me. Thank God you can let me know. Can you let me know real quick, is your team the team with Harrison or is your team the team with Cup? Is your team the one with Harrison or your team the one with Cup? Please let me know. And Alexis, if you're in the live chat still, can you please let me know what platform you're playing on? And LeVar Ball, can you please let me know what platform you're playing on as well? Is this a Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo League? LeVar Ball says they have Cup. Okay, so yours is set up correctly. And Alexi says on Sleeper, LeVar Ball, can you let me know what you're on? Okay, thank you, LeVar Ball. Okay. And let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming over to Bills Mafia. This is a trade where we are, I'm sorry, not a trade. This is a start sit spot where we are considering between Brandon Ayuk, Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, Tank Dell, Keon Coleman. Really, it's only between Ayuk and Devonta Smith. I'm going to be going with Smith as the more consistent target earner in Philadelphia. And then going down to the flex, we have the same receivers, and then we have J.K. Dobbins thrown in. I think Dobbins is a great buy low candidate, especially as we get these members of this Chargers offense back and healthy. But with that being said, it should be a very low-scoring Chargers offense here going up against the Denver Broncos. So I actually would go Brandon Ayuk in the flex. But with that being said, obviously, since Ayuk plays on Thursday night, you go ahead and you put Brandon Ayuk at wide receiver 2, and you put Devonta Smith in the flex. But those are the two guys that we want to be playing. Okay. Now, Starvin Marvin coming out with a start set. Says, not a start sit question, but more of, can I drop Leggett or Andrews? I have the Chiefs players on bye. I would probably rather drop Romeo Doubs before I would drop Leggett. If you're looking at Leggett, the shoulder injury report was very scary where it seemed like he was going to be a clear drop, but then it came out that he was day-to-day. So if Leggett is day-to-day and he is a round one NFL draft pick in an offense that has been better as of late, I think you can hold out some hope for Xavier Leggett. So I drop Dobbs before I drop Leggett. Now, Fungi Chunks coming out with the trade question. It says PBR scoring is weird. 6 points per passing touchdown, 0.25 point per completion, 25 yards per point, 300 passing yards plus 5, 400 plus 10, 500 plus 15. Dear God, we want Kirk Cousins. But here, this is a league where Jordan Love is significantly more valuable than otherwise. If it is a format in which you only get 4 points per passing touchdown, 1 point per 25 passing yards, you are heavily incentivized to go ahead and build around the quarterbacks that are going to run the ball a ton. Those guys like Lamar, Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen. However, if you're in a spot where you are getting all these additional passing volume numbers, I think it's just a no-brainer to bump way the hell up Jordan Love, who could potentially lead the league in completions, passing yards, passing touchdowns. So I think Love, Josh Allen are a lot closer in this format than they would be in a regular fantasy football league. And then Derrick Henry versus Jordan Mason, Chase Brown is very easily Derrick Henry for me. So I will go with the Henry side. And real quick, we are 3 likes away from hitting 500 likes. Now 2 likes away from hitting 500 likes on this live stream. So if you've not hit that like button, please go down there and drop one. Now Vader coming out with a trade question. Here we're looking at Taylor, Jaden Reed, Deebo Samuel versus Rome Odunze, Marvin Harrison, and Devon Achane. So Taylor to Achane is a slight downgrade. Deebo to Harrison is a slight upgrade. Reed to Rome is a downgrade. I think Taylor's the best player in the deal. Obviously, Deebo is very disappointing this past week, but I don't know. I like the idea of buying low on Achane. I just don't think we are getting... I don't think we're getting a discount here, to be honest with you, especially if Jonathan Taylor comes back this week. Now, Sharman coming out with a full-blown team review. It's one of those free Underdog team reviews. Appreciate you. I'm going to be excited to check this out. This is Rice Baby. Sad team name. We are down here at 6 with the league analyzer, kind of right in the middle of the road. This says it's a Dynasty league. So let's confirm, is this Dynasty? This actually looks like it's a keeper format that's pulling in Dynasty values. So I'm sorry, but with that being said, ignore the league analyzer. The league analyzer here, you'll see that it has, say, Saquon Barkley RB7. Those are Dynasty values. In a keeper league, Saquon Barkley is still RB1. So definitely ignore the rankings attached to these players. Ignore the orders of them. Even if this is a keeper league where you keep like 3 guys, you are still more so incentivized to build around the upside at... you are still more so incentivized to build around the short-term production rather than the long-term upside. Now, looking at what we have with our quarterback, we have Josh Allen, so top 5 quarterback. We play him every single week. He's been very inconsistent, definitely no longer my QB1 in fantasy football. But with that being said, you still have the massive spike week potential based off the rushing touchdowns. We haven't seen the rushing touchdowns in a while, so he has been very disappointing, but I think he could be much better going into the future. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Breece Hall, Saquon Barkley, J.K. Dobbins, and Tank Bigsby. So with Breece, top 3 running back, a running back that we can start lowering expectations with as this Jets offense kind of turns into a dumpster fire. He's top 3 running back in Dynasty. In a redraft, he's probably a little bit closer to a low-end RB1, but it doesn't matter. He's our RB2. We have Saquon Barkley. We have Dobbins as RB3. We have Bigsby as RB4. It's a team with phenomenal running back depth. Going over to wide receiver, you're currently sitting with Rome, Devonta Smith, Christian Kirk. So this is the issue that we have. It's going to be the wide receiver position in particular. So there are a couple different ways that we can go through and we can attack this wide receiver room. One, we can just make some simple waiver wire plays to pick up additional wide receivers that potentially have some upside here for the long term. So potentially you can just go ahead and you could just let go of Taysom Hill, pick up another wide receiver off the waiver wire. Now, obviously, if you think that there's any shot that Taysom turns into the starting quarterback here for the New Orleans Saints, then you definitely want to be holding on to Taysom. But if you don't think there's a shot that Taysom takes over for Derek Carr, go ahead, cut him. You can cut Cade Otton as well, knowing that Sam Laporta is a tight end that we can start every single week going into the future already through his bye. Pick up 2 additional running backs, wide receivers off the waiver wire. Having a little bit of additional depth here would make a lot of sense. Going over to the other potential trade that you could make. If you really like your depth tight ends and you really don't want to go through and look to cut them to pick up wide receivers off the waiver wire, you could potentially explore the idea of selling Sam Laporta, packaging him with a player like Rome Odunze to go get a long-term upgrade specifically at wide receiver. And then you're not having to be as concerned about what you have with the construction with the 3 tight ends currently on this team. But the main thing is we have that hole in wide receiver post Rashee Rice injury. How do we solve it? I think we solve it by kind of tapping into the resources we're allocating to the tight end position, whether you want to trade your top tight ends, whether you want to go ahead and cut the bottom 2 options. I think that is a no-brainer. Okay. But outside of that, obviously, we're not wanting to touch quarterback and running back. And I'm honestly okay with us not rostering a ton of depth running backs because we can start up to 4 receivers here weekly, and we have a massive hole at wide receiver, so we kind of have to address the position. And here, I know y'all are going to hate me for this, but we got to make sure we can keep investing into flockfantasy.com, so we had to do it. I appreciate Austin in the chat letting me know previously that y'all could see my rankings on the site with the free account. Can y'all go over to flockfantasy.com if you have a free account right now, which I'd imagine is the majority of y'all here? Can you go and hit sort by Mason Dodd and see if you can still see my rankings for free? Can you please let me know? Aaron, I'm very sorry. If you used code FLOCK on Underdog a year ago, you should have got a different promo. Like if anybody used promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy during the offseason, they should have got the draft guide for free. The free team review started September 5th. Okay, we got half the people saying yes, half the people saying no. So I'm assuming the people saying no are lying to us, wanting us to not fix it. People saying yes are telling us the truth. I don't know. We'll check back in tomorrow. I'll make a little test account tomorrow. But let's move this over. And I'm sorry that we haven't done it. I will double check. All right. I will double check. I will continue to show the rankings for free in the stream, but don't necessarily know if we want to have them just free, be able to pull up. Like I said, what the intention is, this is how we're going to make it work out for everybody, is these are all the creators that submit rankings to flockfantasy.com. The experts average is just the average of everybody here. Y'all should be able to see the average experts for free, but to see an individual set of rankings, then that should be behind a paywall. Okay. Thick says, whenever I hit sort by, the only option that appears is experts. Can you see my name and is it grayed out? Or is it like you hit sort by and the only thing here at all is the experts? Please let me know. Cameron says, how do we get you to review one of our teams? If you wanted to get a team review, if you wanted to get a start sit question, whatever you want, just go to the expert advice button in the top right corner. There you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting between the three of them. If you wanted the team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it is take advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK as well, you will be getting that free Brock Purdy pick, less than half a total yard for Thursday night's game. And you'll be getting a free team review voucher as well. But James says, I can see the expert rankings header, but no experts underneath. Okay, thank you. I really do appreciate the help, guys. Obviously, as y'all can tell, I'm trying my absolute best to make flockfantasy.com the best that it can be. And we're going to have a bumpy road. Like I said, I mean, the site went down for an hour today because too many people are using it. We had to get more server usage, which I'm not looking for the AWS bill, but okay, so let's move this over and let's get this to our next question here. This next one, I believe we already got this one from Charmin. This was the free Underdog Rice Baby one. The next question that we're going to have is from Dylan. It's a trade question. We're sending Ramondre Stevenson, Chris Godwin for Bijan Robinson. So Ramondre Stevenson currently, and I'm saying this as somebody who has Ramondre Stevenson as their running back three-ish, running back three behind DeAndre Swift at this point. But he is a committee running back in the worst offense in the NFL. Getting off of Ramondre Stevenson or getting out of the Ramondre Stevenson experience is something we are wanting to do. We want Bijan Robinson here. I would still rather have Bijan over Godwin rest of season. If you wanted to buy Bijan, you probably got to do it now before he plays the Carolina Panthers. Now going over to Jake's question. Hey, Mason, 5-0. When you want to make this deal, I could offer Devonta Smith instead of Reed. What are your thoughts? Okay. Dallas Goedert to Brock Bowers is a massive upgrade. Jaden Reed to T. Higgins is a for sure downgrade. I'd probably rather Smith over Reed. Thinking that we are going to get Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs back into this offense. I do like Reed specifically because he's the wide receiver one in what should be a hyper productive offense going into the future. But with that being said, he had an 18% team target share through the first 4 weeks. This Packers team does spread the ball out to a ton of different players. So personally, I think I would rather just have the Brock Bowers and T. Higgins side. I think you could make an argument that Brock Bowers, if Davante Adams gets traded, is the best player in this deal. Don't want to say that with certainty, but I think you could make an argument. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be a free underdog team review. That this looks nuts. The only time you ever see the league analyzer really look like this is if it is a dynasty league where somebody was able to build it over the course of years. I can tell you right now, before we even look at this team, that I am going to have almost nothing I can say with it. I think it is going to be extremely difficult for me to do anything here when we are this much better than the rest of the league. Saying, hey, Mason, I've been following for a long time. As you can see from my roster, obviously, I did my best to upgrade, and some of my stupid league mates were robbed by me. But I'm not feeling good to be 2-3 and uncomfortable to have Tyreek with no Tua. Do you have any suggestions with the team? This is a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the only thing that matters is getting the best player in the deal. Every time you can make a 2-for-1 trade, we want to go ahead and do it. Looking at this team, we have Saquon Barkley. We have Amon-Ra St. Brown. We have Tyreek Hill. We have Malik Neighbors. We have Trey McBride. This is a nutso team. It's a league where the depth doesn't matter. So I would say in general, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to upgrade at quarterback, we definitely can. Especially in the 2 wide receiver, 1 flex formats. If you are able to say sell Najee Harris and Jordan Love and go pivot over to an elite quarterback with rushing upside, like Najee Harris and Jordan Love, and go and get somebody like Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, it'd be a no-brainer, especially when we have all the running back depth on this team as well. Wide receiver, I know that obviously Tyreek Hill has been very disappointing, but still going into the future, Tyreek Hill has wide receiver 1 overall upside when Tua does come back, and really the only thing that this team should be optimizing for is ceiling. We have the elite tight ends. We have the running back 1 overall in fantasy. So the only thing that this team could do in my mind is you can afford an elite quarterback. There's no reason to not go and get an elite quarterback if you have this kind of running back value. I wish I had more for you, but you have more value with the top 4 players on your team here than I have on my entire roster put together. So yeah, just try to see if we can sell Najee and Jordan Love and go ahead and get that bona fide stud there at quarterback, because I think you can afford it. But yeah, I wish I had more for you. This is going to be a super short review. Looking at the league analyzer, you're off the chart compared to everybody else. Isaac says, I signed up to Underdog with code FLOCK. How do I get the team review voucher? I connected my league to Flock. So if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and made a $10 deposit, you will get the free team review voucher the following day. Every morning, Underdog sends me the list of all the emails that signed up to Underdog Fantasy with promo code FLOCK. And then we go through and then we accredit all those accounts that match the same email addresses on flockfantasy.com with free team review vouchers. So if you just signed up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK, you should get your free team review voucher tomorrow. Now, let's move this over to our next spot. This is going to be from Sav, says, need running back help. Also, we have Worthy, Kirk, Downs, and Javonte to trade for. Need a better running back. Okay, Worthy. So looking at this, I agree. Jerome Ford is a super easy sell if you can get any value from him. I mean, Jerome Ford, not really viable right this second. And obviously, once you get Nick Chubb back in, then at that point, he is legitimately nothing. Like nothing at all. So pivoting from Ford to Tony Pollard would be something that I would love to do if possible. Paying Michael Pittman to get it done, I don't necessarily know if it's the easiest thing in the world. But yeah, we probably do it. I think you just go ahead and get Tony Pollard here. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where we don't need the wide receiver depth. And then going over to our next team. This is another one of those free Underdog team reviews. 3 and 2. Now wondering what moves we can make. We got Jefferson, Williams, and Worthy with the bye weeks. The depth's just not consistent. Well, this is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So if we can start 4 wide receivers weekly and it's a 12-team format, depth does matter here a decent amount. Looking at us in the league analyzer, we are currently the 4th team. It's pretty linear. Like the team at 1's pretty far ahead of the rest of the fields. The team at 12's pretty far behind the rest of the field, but everybody else is pretty damn close. But pulling this up, starting off at quarterback, we are sitting with Richardson and Fields. I think it's a very comfortable spot to go through, play the quarterbacks, just game, pick the matchup, figure out what guy you want. Both have a ton of rushing upside rest of season. Obviously, both have a very low floor as well, but if we have both of them, I mean, we can say that one of them potentially comes out and is a top 3 quarterback in total rushing yards this year and ends up being viable in fantasy for that reason. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Kyron Williams, so a top 3 RB in fantasy, that honestly may get a little bit better as well. With Kyron, the issue that you've had is, if you've had an issue, is nothing to do with himself, but it's to do with all the injuries that this Rams offense has seen, both with the wide receiver core as well as the offensive line. Now that we get the bye week and we've had some time for this offense to get a little bit healthier already, I think that Kyron Williams could be even better than he is right this second. Joe Mixon, RB2 here in the long term, great spot to be in. Now, obviously, the short term, this is a garbage running back room. We have Kyron on bye. We have no Joe Mixon potentially this week. So maybe we're going to be falling to 3 and 3, and then we're going to be dominating after that. But I'm okay with not having like a ton of running back depth, specifically on a team where you can start 4 receivers weekly, because it may be important to figure out the wide receiver depth that we have. Now, going over to wide receiver, we have Jefferson. So obviously with Jefferson, I mean, this is a player that's going to hold down the position. On bye, a little bit frustrating. But we have Worthy, Flowers, Mooney, Wicks, Juwan Jennings. So we have quality depth pieces. The issue that you have is good luck figuring out which one needs to be in your starting lineup. Like if this was best ball, we're super excited. If this is a best ball team, we know that one of these guys is going to be popping every week. It's just figuring out which one of those players it will be. So yeah, the wide receiver depth right now does look a little bit shaky just because it's hard to project who is going to be the spike week guy that week. But honestly, I don't think you need to be making a dramatic trade, because if you were going to be trading to improve your depth here, the way that you would go about that is you would go through and you would look to sell one of the studs in either Kyron or Jefferson to get a tier down. That's not what I'm wanting to do. What I would rather do, and I know it's just dumb. I know we're not like breaking anything down and making a massive trade, but I don't think you need to break anything. And I don't think you need to make a massive trade here. I think a small deal makes a ton of sense. And by a small deal, I mean a small move. I think you literally just cut Isaiah Likely, roll with George Kittle going into the future. There's no world in which we are, you don't need to cut Likely. I guess you had the 2 touchdowns this past week. if you can get anything for Isaiah Likely, like if we can go through and find one of these teams here at the bottom, this team has Kyle Pitts. Maybe they want Likely as well. If you can trade Isaiah Likely and get Cortland Sutton in return, we'd do it. Sutton could possibly be a wide receiver depth piece for us. This team is Andrews and Hunter Henry. If you can sell Likely and get Calvin Ridley, get Keenan Allen in return, I think that would be interesting. Some of these teams at the bottom are garbage. This team is Cole Kmet, Dalton Schultz. If you could sell Likely, maybe get, say, Christian Kirk, Wan'Dale Robinson in return, one of those guys, I think that'd make a lot of sense. But I think that really is the only move to make. I think it's a good team. We're going to struggle in week 6 because of the bye weeks, but you're 3-2. Worst case scenario, we're 3-3 with our top players through bye and looking to crush afterwards. Obviously, we are really hoping that Joe Mixon is good to go this week, though. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you. Now, let's move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to answer as many as we can. Emmanuel says, hey, Mason, when I try to make the deposit on Underdog, it keeps saying there's a VPN proxy problem. What are your thoughts? So Underdog is a fully regulated fantasy sports company. So it's like y'all know with sports betting, with fantasy sports, it's all state to state in terms of the laws that they have. So effectively, Underdog has to make sure that you are in one of the states where they operate. So if you have a VPN, they're probably blocking you because they probably think that you're trying to say one of the states you can't be in with Underdog is Nevada. So they probably think you're maybe in Nevada and trying to say, oh, I'm in California, or oh, I'm in Texas, or oh, I'm in Florida. That way you can use it. So you'll probably have to turn off your VPN if you want to take advantage of the Underdog offer, because they need to know where your location is so they know you're allowed to be in it. Mando says, I'm in Wisconsin. I think Wisconsin does have 99% of places, not 99. I think it's more like 92% of states, something like that, have Underdog. I think Wisconsin has Underdog, but it doesn't matter if you're in Wisconsin. If you have a VPN, Underdog probably thinks that you're like dropping yourself in Wisconsin to try to pretend that you're eligible to play. And maybe you're in, I think the state's Underdog's not in Louisiana, Nevada, Washington, Hawaii. I think that's it. But yeah, you'll have to turn off your VPN so they know you're not in one of those states. Game Maker says worthy for Dobbins. I think it's very dependent on your league formats. Amita says, what are your rest of season rankings for Metcalf and Higgins? So I don't want to just say, oh, they're wide receiver so-and-so and wide receiver so-and-so, because when you say like, oh, this guy's wide receiver 24, it may sound like he's very low, and in reality, it's just hell. There are a lot of very good wide receivers, and wide receiver 13 through wide receiver 25 is all about the same. I'm going through and looking at what we have right now. Metcalf is my wide receiver 19. We have him right in the same range as guys like Reed, Diggs, Devonta Smith, Mike Evans. And Higgins is wide receiver 23. We have him right in the same range as Puka, DJ Moore, Ayuk, and DK Metcalf. So both as wide receivers that you're starting every single week, regardless. Okay. Let's move this over. And like I said, if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat and I'll try to get to them. Connor says, what do you think we should do with Keenan Allen? So here are your options with Keenan Allen. 1, you hold Keenan Allen, or 2, you drop Keenan Allen. You can't trade Keenan Allen for diddly squat. If you're maybe, like, say you and a buddy go to lunch and you forget your wallet and you go, crap, man. I don't have the Chick-fil-A app. It's going to be a pain in the butt. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pay for my chicken sandwich. Hey, can you spot me? I'll give you Keenan Allen. Give me the chicken sandwich. I'll get you Keenan Allen. If you can work out a deal like that, then maybe you can squeeze some value out of Keenan Allen. But in terms of throwing Keenan Allen in the trade block in your league and seeing if anybody comes walking, I'll tell you right now, it's not happening. I'll tell you right now, nobody would look to make a move for him. And if you got him, you're probably just stuck. You're probably just stuck, my friend. Okay. Yes, and by the way, if I notice you're copying and pasting your question over and over again, I will intentionally skip it. Please do not. RC, yes, I'm definitely going to answer more questions on flockfantasy.com. I try to mix in some free chat questions as well, though. Looking at this, I don't think Nate copied and pasted this question. Nate says, should we drop Dontavian Wicks for Darnell Mooney? I do have Darnell Mooney ranked over Wicks in our rest of season rankings. And maybe this week you can make an argument for one or the other, but the thing is, long-term, Wicks, you will have Dobbs back in the offense. You will have, oh dear God, my voice. The 5-hour daily streams kill your voice. If y'all remember, I straight up literally lost my voice a couple seasons ago. It was very, very gross. But anyway, yes, I would rather have Mooney over Wicks rest of the season. Chimo says, how do I add chicken sandwiches to the trade calculator? Well, actually, Keenan Allen is the equivalent of one chicken sandwich. Now, if you wanted a spicy deluxe, then instead of Keenan, you may have to bump that up to Jacoby Myers. But Joel says, drop Josh Downs for Rome Odunze. Past 2 weeks, Josh Downs has been much better than Rome Odunze, but Anthony Richardson will be coming back in. And in that instance, I would much prefer Rome over Downs, especially as we see some life in the Chicago Bears offense with Caleb Williams improving. C. Goodman says, is Tolbert viable with Cooks on the IR? Yes, I think Tolbert is somebody that you need to add. I went through and I ranked Tolbert at wide receiver 53 in the rest of season ranks, which sounds very low, but this is right in the same range as Wan'Dale Robinson, Keenan Allen, Calvin Ridley, Khalil Shakir, DeAndre Hopkins, Jacoby Myers, Josh Downs, Dontavian Wicks. It's just, like I said, there are a lot of good wide receivers. It's not as low as you'd think. But happy to see you, Chris. Happy to see you. Thank you for stopping by, my guy. I hope you're doing well. But let's move this over, and let's get to more of the questions that we have on the site. And just a reminder, of course, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer to anything, you can always go ahead, get a guaranteed answer with the expert advice button in the top right corner. You get a team review, trade question, start set question, whatever you're wanting. If you wanted the team review, I definitely would recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting that free Brock Purdy more than less than half a total passing yard pick. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But let's go ahead and let's back out of this and we'll get right back in. So I believe this is the Diddy Party one. We keep on having to skip over this, waiting for Diddy Party to let us know what their updated team name is. It looks like they did change it. But anyway, this is a team review from Das Whoopin. Interesting. I don't know the context behind this, but says, I thought I would dominate with the team, but we're 1-4. Now I'm dealing with injuries at the worst timing. Any suggestions or trades of movement? So I will say, looking at the league analyzer, we are up here near the rest of the top teams. There's like a tier of the top 4 or so teams in this league, and then you have the drop off to everybody below. So I would assume, definitely a much better squad than is a 1-4 team. Like, we are the only team inside the top 5 tier of value that doesn't have a winning record. Pulling up the team, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So with this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, I think you are in a spot where anytime you get the ability to sell wide receiver depth and go get an upgrade inside the starting lineup, it is something that we are wanting to do. And there are some pretty serious adjustments that this team needs to be making in general. The first thing that I think is very easy to say that I'm very confident with, this is not a team in which we can be affording to hold on to 3 tight ends onto our roster. I think that you need to go through and you need to look to pick your 2 favorite players out of this. It will either be Pitts and Otten or it'll be Pitts and Frymuth. Whichever 2 you decide to hold on to, those are the 2. The other guy you're going to go ahead and look to cut. It's just not a scenario in which really ever makes sense for you to roster this many tight ends on a single squad, even if Pitts has been disappointing so far this year. So we're going to open up a roster spot that way. We're going to pick up another running back off the waiver wire. And honestly, if you really wanted to in a 10-team league, if you like some of the running backs off waivers, I wouldn't fault you for cutting both Cade Otton and Pat Frymuth, picking up 2 running backs, and just saying, hell, I was going to start Pitts over the other tight ends anyway. But like I said, if you want to hold on to one of the tight ends, you can. Now, quarterback, Kyler, you have the rushing upside. Play him every single week. Doesn't matter. Don't need to roster a backup QB. Going over to wide receiver. This is a sucky spot. I probably shouldn't say that word that way that many times. But anyway, this spot sucks because it's a 1-4 team where we can't afford to bank on the long-term upside. You need points right this second. We don't want to fall to 1-5. We fall to 1-6. Pack your bags. It's time to go home. So what we're looking to do is we are looking to sell long-term value for short-term production. Any of these players, and I think a couple, we had both HN and Ladd McConkey on the buy low video today. I think both of them long-term will be so much better than they are right now. But for you in particular, where you are sitting at 1-4, frankly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that they have the long-term upside. It doesn't matter that you are going to get, say, Olave getting Derek Carr back soon. And when Derek Carr is back, then Olave is an exciting flex play for us. That Ladd McConkey is going to be somebody that continues to improve his rookie season. That Justin Herbert and this offensive line will get healthier, blah, blah, blah. No. If you can take Olave and HN and go get a running back upgrade for right this second, we go ahead and do it. Like going through and looking at some of these backs, it's just going to be tough to find somebody I'm willing to do this with. Going and trading HN and Ladd McConkey for Kenneth Walker right now is a move that you have to make. You have to get somebody in here that we can play and move the needle with, which I wouldn't say that with a lot of other teams, which I think it would be an actively bad thing to do with a lot of other teams. To go through and trade Olave and HN, we would want definitely a better running back. You'd be trying to get to the Kyron Williams range, trying to get to the Derrick Henry range, trying to get to, even the Breece Hall range if possible. But that's the move that you are looking to make. You are looking to potentially sell Olave and HN, get a running back upgrade. Sell Ladd and HN, get a running back upgrade. We need to see if we can get the short-term production by selling the long-term value. We need to cut one of the tight ends. If we make both those moves, we should have 2 open roster spots, and we pick up 2 running backs off the waiver wire. It sucks. I think HN long-term has a ton of value. I think he's a great buy low candidate. I think Ladd McConkey is a great buy low candidate. You're selling Olave for pennies on the dollar, but on a 1-4 team, you kind of have to do it. Now let's move this over to Robin Big. I actually looked at this team earlier in the year. Says, my team should be linked, but I'm the Lamar owner. And Robin Big, if you're in the live chat right now, please let me know. Would also take Herbert and DJ Moore. Higgins, DJ Moore, they're ranked pretty much back and back for me. It is up to you. Herbert has literally 0 value. If this is a 1 quarterback format, Herbert's not better than a streaming option. So you're trading T. Higgins or DJ Moore for Lamar Jackson. It is an absolute no-brainer. We want Lamar Jackson. We want Lamar. Okay. Lux says, I signed up a while ago on Flock and used the code, but never received my team review. Did you sign up to Underdog? Because if you just made an account on flockfantasy.com, you don't get a free team review. Did you sign up to Underdog Fantasy, make a $10 deposit with promo code FLOCK? Did you do those 3 things? You have to make at least a $10 deposit on Underdog as well. Okay, but I don't think Robin Big is in here, so we'll skip back. But yeah, take Lamar for sure. This one coming out from Andres. This is Najee, Christian Kirk, Braylon Allen versus Chase Brown, Christian McCaffrey. Braylon Allen to Chase Brown, big time upgrade considering the Zach Moss. Zach Moss much worse than Breece Hall, and it's a much better offense. Najee versus CMC. We want CMC. We're paying Kirk to get it done. Let's do it. And let's see if this team's linked. It is. Andres, I see you in the chat right now. Please let me know. One, is your team the team with Brandon Ayuk? Or is your team the team with CeeDee Lamb? I just need to double check something on the site. And 2, what was I saying? 2, what platform do you play on? Please let me know those 2 things. Lux says, yeah, I signed up on Underdog 2, just did it a while ago. What do you mean by a while ago? If you did it like an hour ago, like I said, we're going to get those free team review vouchers tomorrow when Underdog gets me all the list of the email addresses. But if you signed up like a week ago to Underdog Fantasy, use promo code FLOCK and make a $10 deposit, what most likely happened is you didn't make your flockfantasy.com account until after we ran the search for the free vouchers. So just shoot me an email, mason.at.flockfantasy.com, and I'll be happy to hook you up. Okay. Andres says CD and ESPN. Okay, so perfect. That makes sense. Thank you for confirming. We'll get to the next chat question as well. So let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Zash Knott. Says, just made this trade on my 1-4 team. Felt like we needed to make a move for a chance at the playoffs. What are your thoughts? 1-4, we are selling long-term upside for short-term production. Fields to Jordan Love, upgrade. Tank Dell to Deebo Samuel, massive upgrade. Montgomery to Moss and Bucky Irving, downgrade. But honestly, Deebo Samuel's the best player in this deal. We're getting an upgraded quarterback as well. We're getting viable running back depth pieces in. So yeah, I like the trade. I like getting Deebo here. Obviously, we really need Zach Moss healthy, though. And please let me know, Zash Knott, if you're in this live chat. Actually, it doesn't matter. Appreciate you, though. Yeah, we're going to go Deebo Samuel. Now, Spyro coming out. Says, we got offered Josh Allen and CMC for Hurts and Neighbors. I want Hurts and Neighbors. Said he's willing to do the deal for those guys with Allen plus, but not interested in CMC. Any ideas of what we could be looking to add on to make it happen? First off, really do appreciate you, my friend. And I will say with this initial trade, it's Jalen Hurts, Malik Neighbors, no brainer. I'd rather have Hurts over Josh Allen rest of season, especially with Jalen Hurts already through his bye. I'd rather have Malik Neighbors over CMC, where we don't really have any uncertainty with Malik Neighbors going into the future. Now, in terms of us going through and looking to possibly make a different, move a different piece other than CMC, can you confirm for me, please, in the live chat, my friend, is this a Dynasty league? Spyros, can you please let me know if this is Dynasty, if you're in the chat? But if this is Dynasty, I would do it with so many of these running backs. Because Malik Neighbors is an elite level asset in Dynasty, of course. Mark Spears says, yes, it's Dynasty. Okay, thank you for letting me know. That's really good to know. Looks like this is an issue where for whatever reason, we have it tagged as redraft with the values coming in. So let me send this to the dev team so we can get this fixed as well. Okay. But yeah, if it's Dynasty, then I think you have a lot more wiggle room with the price that you're willing to pay. I mean, I would have done the deal in a redraft league, but getting Neighbors for the long term here as well is a no-brainer. I think you could do Kenneth Walker instead of McCaffrey. Going through and looking at another potential trade you could do here, I think if you wanted to see if you could swindle, like even if we give them McCaffrey, but give them another, you said he has no interest in McCaffrey, so we're not going to try doing that. But instead, maybe going through and looking at, I would give him Jonathan Taylor here because I'd rather have Malik Neighbors than Jonathan Taylor in Dynasty relatively easily. If you wanted to give him Jordan Mason and McCaffrey, if that would make it more interesting for him, I think you could go ahead and do that as well. And outside of that, I don't really see much that you could do. I just definitely want to reiterate that your initial trade of Josh Allen CMC for Jalen Hurts, Malik Neighbors, and Dynasty, it's the Hurts and Neighbors side by so much that you could definitely afford to like add in extra assets like Mike Evans to get it done because you would just be absolutely crushing in almost any variation of this trade. But I really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out here, my guy. But let's move this over to Lamborghini Chasers. Here we are going from Josh Allen to Burrow, so we are getting that downgrade. We're getting a large upgrade from Wan'Dale to Puka Nacua. So if this is a 6-point passing touchdown format, with what we have seen with how high scoring this Bengals offense will be, I think we go ahead and we take the Burrow side in the 6-point passing touchdown format. In a 4-point passing touchdown league, I still would prefer Josh Allen over Burrow rest of season. However, if this is a spot in which we are sitting at 4-1, where we can think a little more long-term, here it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, so I don't know if Wan'Dale Robinson's really going to be moving the needle for us. I think he's kind of a zero in the trade, and we could get Puka back in. Now, obviously, Rico Burrow is a downgrade from Allen in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Go through and look up how important rushing production is for fantasy football purposes. We're not grading these guys in real life. But getting the upgrade from Wan'Dale to Puka in the long term is a no-brainer. So I think we would take the Burrow in the Puka side. But yeah, let's make sure we're all on the same page here. 4-point passing touchdown format. If Josh Allen has a rushing touchdown and at the same time you pick up 50 rushing yards, that is equivalent to 275 passing yards added on. Love of God, do not think that Burrow is now a clear upgrade over Josh Allen because of a couple week stretch. We've seen years of data with these guys. We know what they are. Now let's move this over to our next question. It's coming up from Matt Hudson. Here, it's the CeeDee Lamb side easily. Give me Brooks over Bucky. Goddard, Tank Dell, up to you. Jaden Reed, James Cook, getting that 2-for-1 deal to get one of the best assets in fantasy with CeeDee Lamb. I think it's an absolute no-brainer here. If your team was linked, I could check out the roster. But yeah, assuming you can afford to give up the depth at running back, please go get CeeDee Lamb, definitely. Okay. Colton says, how do you get him to review these? If you wanted to ask a trade question, start say question or whatever, you can always purchase one through flockfantasy.com. It's the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can get a team review, trade question, start say question. If you did want the team review, definitely go through one of our promos to get it the cheapest way you can. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, which is the link in the description and the live chats, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get the free Brock Purdy pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game Thursday night. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review voucher if you wanted a full-blown team review. So definitely make sure you take advantage of that. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. And I saw this. James says, is there any way to see where our team is in the queue? Right here, my guy. You're 3 spots over. 3 spots up. But let's move this to Neil. This is J.K. Dobbins, Chuba Hubbard for Devon Achane. Achane easily. Let's walk out how this looks 3 weeks from now. 3 weeks from now, Jonathan Brooks is healthy and playing in Carolina. Whether you think that Brooks is the leader of the committee or whether you think that Chuba Hubbard is the leader of the committee, it frankly does not matter. Like, my personal belief is I think the guy that was a much better prospect that they just selected in round 2 of the NFL draft will be the lead back in this offense. But like I said, I'm willing to admit it frankly does not matter because you cannot consistently rely upon a running back in a garbage offense that is in a running back by committee. So Chuba Hubbard, when you have Jonathan Brooks in here, poof, he's gone. Fairy dust. 3 weeks from now, if Tua is back in this Miami Dolphins offense, Devon Achane goes right back to where he was before as a mid RB1 in fantasy. So while, yes, Chuba Hubbard is crushing, Achane has been horrendous. This is the Achane side easily. And I say this as somebody who did not draft much Devon Achane at all in underdog drafts. Kind of got lucky with the Tua injury, to be honest with you. And drafted a decent amount of Chuba Hubbard. Like, for my own bags, I hope that Hubbard crushes. I hope that Achane doesn't do anything. But no, this is very, very clearly in my mind the Devon Achane side. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from Great Barrier Reeves. Took me a little bit to get through the team name here. But anyway, Sam Laporta to trade McBride. Oh, for the love of God, talk about things I need for my own bags. I need Sam Laporta to outscore Trey McBride. The reality is, it ain't happening. You definitely prefer Trey McBride here. Drake London versus DeAndre Swift and George Pickens. Very easily Drake London. Like, I both Swift and Laporta in the Flock League. I'm really hoping these guys come out and crush it. But no, looking at London and Trey McBride, arguably a top 10 wide receiver, top 3 tight ends, in good offenses. Absolutely no-brainer spot to just take both of them. Now, going over to a team review from James. It's one of those free underdog team reviews. Thank you, James, for sticking with us. And yes, Rob, I do read the chat. This is, team says, feeling good about the team despite some injuries starting to pile up. I will say it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So in this format, honestly, injuries kind of are easy to get through. Would want some trade ideas. Specifically, who should we target and who would you be willing to give up? Love the content. Thanks. Thank you, my friend. Going to be excited to check it out. And yeah, looking at the squad, I mean, it should be a very strong team where we are currently a top 3 team with the league analyzer. There's that little juggernaut here. Well, technically we are the number 1 team, but there's a grouping of 3 teams. We just need to make sure that we are in this. And looking at it, we're actually 4-1. There's a 5-0 team in this league, but still 4-1, obviously super excited to be it. I'm going over to quarterback. We have Kyler and Baker. So interesting spot in which we're probably never starting Baker over Kyler if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where you have the rushing upside with Kyler. But at the same time, Baker Mayfield's been way too good to cut. And at the same time, it's a 10-team league, so there shouldn't be a team in this league that's desperate enough to trade for Baker. I mean, we can go through and we can double check. The worst quarterback group in the league has Dak. The Dak Prescott's team's not trading for Baker Mayfield. So awkward spot that we find ourselves in with the quarterback position, but I think we probably just sit on our hands here. Going over to running back, we have 2 top 10 running backs rest of season. Obviously, one of the reasons why we are so dominant here with the league analyzer, as well as what you have specifically with the 4-1 record, is Derrick Henry has been a straight up crusher. We get Kenneth Walker back in and healthy. Kenneth Walker looks like a top 10 running back. So we have 2 top 10 running backs rest of season here. We have Tony Pollard, Braylon Allen, a quality running back depth piece. And then with Braylon Allen, I mean, the elite handcuff, anything were to occur to Brees, he's a must-start option. So phenomenal running back room. Going over to wide receiver, the wide receiver room long-term is nuts. Long-term, Nico Collins, top 5 wide receiver. Long-term, Tyreek Hill, if Tua comes back, wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2 overall. Long-term, Cooper Kupp, top 10 wide receiver. We have 3 top 10 wide receivers. In the short term, we have no Kupp. He should be back week 7. Just kind of have to deal with the bye this week. Short-term, Tyreek Hill. We have to deal with the bye this week. And then you probably have another week with no Tua. So disappointing. And then Shaheed doesn't look startable with no Derek Carr. Now, obviously, if Derek Carr was in here, it would be a very different story, but still. So wide receiver room in the long term is great. In the short term is garbage. On a team that's 1-4, I would be panicking. I'd be losing my mind. I'd be throwing Nico Collins on the trade block, trying to get whatever we could to just make sure that we are not losing another week, to make sure that we can stay in the playoff hunt. But that's not our situation. Our situation, we are currently 4-1. So we are in a very comfortable spot to just start Derrick Henry, Kenneth Walker at running back, throw Tony Pollard in the flex. Then at wide receiver, I mean, we'll be starting, I guess, Chris Godwin and Shaheed this week. I mean, one thing that you can look to do if you really wanted, if you wanted to go ahead and see if we can squeeze some value out of one of the tight ends that we have here. Obviously, George Kittle and Jake Ferguson are both phenomenal options. But, I mean, if you could go ahead and package together Jake Ferguson with a player like Rashid Shaheed and just get a wide receiver that we're more excited to start in the short term, I think that could kind of help you out through these injuries here. Now, ultimately, I don't think you have to do anything. You're 4-1. Boo-hoo, we lose this week, which we still may not. Derrick Henry could go nuclear against Washington and we win anyway and move to 5-1. But worst case scenario, what? We're 4-2. We have Tyreek through the bye. We have Kupp through the bye. We have Nico Collins another week closer to being healthy. So if you were to make a move, we try to squeeze some tight end value out of somebody like Kittle or Ferguson, since we have both and both are phenomenal options. We're not flexing either one. If you wanted to go down to this team at the bottom that has garbage tight end like Cade Otton, Isaiah Likely, Mike Gesicki, you go, hey, I'll give you Shaheed and Ferguson. Give me Stephon Diggs. Hey, I'll give you Shaheed and Ferguson. Give me Brandon Ayuk. We go ahead. We have that very comfortable wide receiver that we can start every week, even through these injuries. Get somebody in there at wide receiver too. You can do that, but also you can sit on your hands, be lazy if you want. You're going to be fine regardless. Another thing is you could look for a true like alpha quarterback, or if you wanted to go get to Lamar. Yeah, this team has Lamar. They have Laporta as well, so they're probably not trading for a tight end. But if you really wanted Lamar, you can go like, hey, I'll give Ferguson and Kyler and see if you can get Lamar. But yeah, really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out with this. But Jacob says, does the team review deal work in my league as a Yahoo league? Yeah, one, it doesn't matter what your league platform is. You could always get a team review. Even if you can't link your team with flockfantasy.com, you can still submit screenshots of your team as well. But I'll say, regardless of if you wanted to submit your team to get a team review on the site or not, I would highly recommend everybody taking advantage of this. And like I said, I mean, I completely understand. You don't want to pay for a team review. If you don't want to pay to get your fantasy football question answered, more power to you. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm an idiot. I tell you that all the time. But one thing that I do think you're wrong if you don't do is take advantage of like the free tools that we have on the site. Like you can go over and go to the My Teams page. You can add a team. You can add a sleeper team, ESPN team, Yahoo team, whatever you are wanting to do here. But yeah, I mean, and you can see your league pulled up and you can get everybody set up. I mean, only one person has to do it, and you can see your entire league based off values and get the updated power rankings. But what we link with currently on the site is we link with ESPN, Sleeper, and Yahoo, and that is completely free for you to do. Obviously, for me to look at in the live stream, where I do have limited time, that is not free. But definitely take advantage of like the free linking at the very least, because you can play around with a bunch of tools. Okay. Now let's move over to Game of Inches. Gonna be excited to check this out for you. Thank you so much for the support. My friend says, any changes I need to make or try to trade for? Maybe who do we start this week? So this is a long time member of the flock here in D White. This is a team that's currently sitting at number 1 with the league analyzer. We are in a group of 3 teams, so really it's the juggernauts that we are having to contend with. Obviously, team at the bottom's garbage. Outside of that, everybody else is in about the same range. But we are currently 4-1. Now, all the teams that are labeled as juggernauts with the league analyzer are 4-1 as well. But currently, looking at the quarterback position, we do have Jaden Daniels. So we have the elite quarterback that we're starting every week, regardless of the matchup. Really nothing to discuss. We don't roster a backup quarterback here. We're in a really comfortable position. Going over to running back, we have 2 top 10 running backs in the long term. The Jonathan Taylor injury sucks in the short term, but in the short term, we have Jordan Mason to play, so who cares? We have Rico Dowdle as quality depth. We have Bucky Irving as quality depth. It's a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, so wide receiver depth does matter in general as well. Going over to wide receiver, we have London and Collins, so 2 top 10 wide receivers. We have Waddle, McLaurin, quality wide receiver depth pieces, particularly in this format, especially as Waddle gets to it back in the long term and should naturally improve here. Now, going over to what we have at tight end, we have Trey McBride, Eric Hall. So one thing I can say with confidence is if you have McBride, I would go ahead. I would cut Eric Hall. I know he looks good. Eric Hall. I don't know why I'm saying Hall. I know he looks good in Dynasty fantasy football. I mean, he'd definitely be a very interesting ad. But I mean, for the bye week with a tight end, you can just go ahead and you can just pick up a different player at that point when you have no McBride. But second thing is, obviously, I'm assuming Audric Estime is on the IR. If Estime's not on the IR, I would go ahead and cut him. If Javante's not viable in this offense, I don't necessarily have much hope for Estime. But this is a great team. The only thing I think you could possibly consider with this team is going through and seeing what kind of value you could get for either Rico Dowdle or Bucky Irving. If you could go through and send one of them with Terry McLaurin and go get a stud wide receiver upgrade in the long term, I think that could be very interesting. Obviously, the Nico Collins injury is going to hurt our short-term depth. The Jonathan Taylor injury is going to hurt our short-term depth as well. So maybe you don't want to make this move right this second. Maybe we want to be holding on to the depth for the time being. But once we end up getting these players back in, if we can go and visit some of these teams that are absolutely garbage at running back, where this team currently has Kenneth Walker, Emmanuel Wilson, Zamir White as their top 3 RBs, if you could potentially send them, say, hey, I'll give you a Rico Dowdle and I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we want to be giving Rico Dowdle and Devonta Smith. I mean, Terry McLaurin for Devonta Smith. Maybe we go, hey, I'll give you Bucky Irving and Terry McLaurin. Give me Devonta Smith. I think that could be a very interesting move for both parties where they get a viable running back too that they're able to start. It's not like they have a massive, massive fall there with their wide receiver position. Whereas with us, I mean, it doesn't particularly matter too much for giving up the running back depth piece. Where the running back depth piece is the RB5 on our team. He's not coming close to hitting our starting lineup. Getting the upgrade in there for the flex, I think would be a no-brainer, upgrading from Terry to Smith. Now, like I said, I don't necessarily know if that's the move that we look to make right this second, because as it stands right now, we have Waddle on bye. We potentially have no Jonathan Taylor. We potentially have no Nico Collins this week. So all of a sudden, you're in a spot where you go from having all the depth in the world to actually potentially needing some depth in the short term. But as we get past this week, and as you get back Jonathan Taylor with your team, as we get closer to Nico Collins returning, I think that there, at that point, it does make a whole lot of sense for us to make that move. But I mean, this is a great team overall, and I don't really think that there are too many things that we can be looking to do with it outside of cutting the backup tight ends and potentially after we get through what should be a struggle bus week for us, upgrading one of the wide receiver depth pieces. Now let's go over to BP Hill. It says, hey Mason, thanks for streaming all the time. Thank you for hanging out with me, and thank you for the massive dono, my friend. 2 and 3, but I drafted well based on your advice. Think we need to upgrade wide receiver Breece Hall and Jaden Reed for Amon-Ra. No one else will trade a top 10 option. So let me just confirm that this is a linked team. Okay, we can confirm that this is a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, and it is a 10-team format as well. With this being a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, and it's a 10-team format, you should have very solid options on the waiver wire. We're going through and making any 2-for-1 deal. The secondary piece that you're able to add in is respectable, while at the same time, you should have some very solid options on your bench. So say we were to make this trade for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Then at that point, our team at wide receiver, we are currently sitting with Drake London, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Marvin Harrison, Brian Thomas, Devonta Smith. So we still have so much wide receiver depth, we don't even know what to do with it. Now going over to what we have at running back. After you trade Breece, we are currently sitting with David Montgomery. And that is it. I mean, David Montgomery, Joe Mixon. David Montgomery, Joe Mixon, Kareem Hunt. In comparison to wide receiver in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers in a flex, I wouldn't be as excited about this. And we can definitely talk about why Amon-Ra is currently sitting at wide receiver 1 for me. If you look at St. Brown in comparison to the other receivers, I think in a full PPR format, the points per game rest of season will be very, very close, where it's almost a coin flip with St. Brown versus Lamb, where it's a coin flip St. Brown versus Chase. But with St. Brown, you get the added on bonus that he's already through the bye week. So you're actually going to be getting an extra week from St. Brown in comparison to what you would have with the other elite receivers. I definitely don't want to sit here and act like it's just an absolute no-brainer, but still at the same time, I think you can make an argument for it. But he's in the same range as Jefferson, Chase, and Lamb. But here's what I would rather do with your team, to be honest, where we just have so many wide receiver depth pieces that I definitely agree with you. A 2-for-1 deal is in order, especially with the league settings, for us to go ahead and for us to try to get the best asset in return, which I think Amon-Ra St. Brown is the best asset in this deal, where if you could potentially go ahead and hold on to Breece Hall, but instead trade an additional receiver here, where instead of trading Breece, I mean, honestly, trading Drake London, going London and Jaden Reed, and then at that point at wide receiver, still having Amon-Ra St. Brown, Marvin Harrison, Brian Thomas, and Devonta Smith in a league where you can only start 2 wide receivers in a flex. I think I would like this more. Obviously, if they don't want London, I would give them Smith and Reed. If they don't want a Smith, we could go ahead and we can give them Thomas. If they don't want Thomas, we can go ahead and we can give them Harrison. I'd be fine giving them any package of 2 receivers, really, with Jaden Reed and any other option on your team for Amon-Ra St. Brown with your team and with your league settings. I would opt for that over the Breece Hall trade. I think with a Hall deal, it's very close. It is up to your personal preference. But I would say for most teams in most league settings, they would probably be giving up too much value. Okay, but thank you again, and really hope I was able to help you out. Now, moving this over to our next trade question. This one's coming out from Ben's Mafia, always out here. Appreciate you. This is Cup to Chase upgrade. Tracy Sermon, who gives a damn. Montgomery to Dontavian Wicks downgrade. The best player in the deal here is Jamar Chase. Looks like it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format as well. So yeah, we're going to go ahead. We will take Chase. I'm using just Sermon and Tracy here as these fill-ins. I think it does make a lot of sense. Okay. Riley says, if we sign up through Flock to get a team review, do we need to be in the stream to get feedback, or can we get it anytime? So actually, what we've built out on flockfantasy.com is much better in Super Chats in the way that you don't need to be in the live stream to ask a question. You don't even need to be in the live stream to hear your question. Because say you go over to flockfantasy.com at any time of the day and you go, you know what? I'm tired of seeing Mason live stream. He's done it for years now. You go over and you hit the button in the top right corner and you say, I'm going to ask a team review, but I don't have to wait through and watch him review other teams. You can submit a team review, never even go to the live stream. And what we're going to do is we're going to send you a custom URL directly as soon as I review your team on stream. And you can copy and paste that into whatever browser you want. And it will jump you to the exact second that I am answering your trade question or your start sit question or your team review. So yeah, you don't have to be hanging out in the live stream. You can literally ask this question on the site whenever you want. You never even have to go to the stream and it will get sent to you directly. And yes, that is a paid actor question. Thank you, Riley. I'll Venmo you the $5 for that question. Thanks for the setup. But let's move this back over to our next one. This next question is going to be a start sit question coming out from Jordan. It says 6-point passing touchdown, point per completion. Waivers have Ladd, Pitts, Algier, Cousins. Do we drop anyone? If Cousins is on the waiver wire in a point per completion league, I'm very interested in picking up Cousins. We have Stroud. Never mind. We just go ahead. We just play CJ Stroud. Looking at running back, we have Kamara in the lineup. Jacobs as well. Tight end, we go Bowers over Evan Ingram. Wide receiver this week, we have no Jefferson, so we're going to be going with Jaden Reed. And in the flex spot, more likely than not, with no Jefferson because of the bye, we are going to go ahead. We will be taking T. Higgins. But in terms of picking somebody up like Ladd, Pitts, Algier, Cousins, one, you go ahead and you drop Evan Ingram for Kyle Pitts. And two, I think I would probably be dropping Roschon Johnson for Ladd McConkey as well. Where we drop Roschon for Ladd and we drop Ingram for Pitts. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. This was coming out from Austin. Really appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out, my friend. Says, Mason, we're 4-1. How do we improve? Okay. This is Freshly Pressed Slacks. Interesting team name. Definitely have not seen this one before. Seeing that we are 4-1, I am a little bit surprised. Because with the league analyzer, we are kind of right here, just in the middle of the road. Like these teams that the league analyzer is better than us, 3-2, 1-4, 3-2, 3-2, 2-3, and we're sitting here 4-1. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So the wide receiver depth doesn't matter much. Obviously, we lose Rashee Rice. So that is going to be a tough situation to overcome. That's probably why our value got knocked with the league analyzer, of course. Going over to what we have currently at quarterback. We have the elite QB in Jalen Hurts, the quarterback that we're able to start every single week, regardless of what his matchup is. We have Justin Fields. So obviously, if possible, we go through and we sell Justin Fields in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade at running back, where if you could potentially go through and package together Fields and Najee to get a running back you're a little more excited about the long-term upside with, you definitely do it. Now, with it being said, it is much, much, much easier said than done. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we have the long-term upside of McCaffrey, which on a 4-1 team, what we are optimizing for is long-term upside, long-term upside, long-term upside. But then we have Najee, Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving. So the running back depth here is extremely questionable. Going over to wide receiver, we have the studs at the top. We have 2 top 10 receivers with A.J. Brown, Drake London. We have an alpha for the flex in Brian Thomas. We have the depth pieces in Shaheed, Myers, Wandale. Going over to tight end, we have 2 top 10 tight ends rest of season with Laporta and Tucker Kraft. We have TJ Hawkinson. Looks like he should have a considerable amount of value coming off the waiver wire as well. Coming off the IR as well. So looking at this team, I think that you have a really strong squad. And trying to figure out what we could do is not the easiest spot in the world. If you could go through and make 2-for-1 deals and upgrade at running back, really by selling any other position other than running back, we would love to. Like if you can go ahead, if you can sell, say, Tucker Kraft and Najee Harris and go get a stud running back. If we can sell Shaheed and Braylon Allen and go get an upgrade at running back. If we can sell Wandale and Bucky Irving and go get an upgrade at running back. Structurally, that is what this team needs to be doing. Because by far and away, the weakest position with this team is the running back position, both at the top and as well as the depth. Because we're extremely strong at quarterback at the top, and we're extremely strong at quarterback with the depth. We're extremely strong at tight end at the top, and we're extremely strong tight end with the depth. And we could say the same thing at wide receiver. So any chance you get to make a 2-for-1 deal selling these depth pieces with a running back to upgrade at running back, and at that point you should be able to open up another roster spot and pick up another running back off the waiver wire. That is what we'd be looking to do. Now, obviously, it's much easier said than done. But one other thing that you could look at is buying the running backs that are going to be struggling in the short term, but in the long term should be exciting. On a 4-1 team, guys like Jonathan Taylor, guys like Devon Achane will be pretty damn exciting. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions in the live chat. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Would be happy to answer as many as we can. Aaron says, how's everyone's outlook on Breece rest of season? So is Breece Hall going to be the top 3 running back that he was drafted to be? Probably not. Is Breece Hall a running back 1 rest of season? If I'm ranking him out, I would say yes. Particularly in a full PPR format where, we have seen the usage be really strong as a receiver for Breece Hall. So, yes, Breece has been disappointing. I still do think he's an RB1 here, though. T-Bomb says, should I try to trade away Aaron Jones at this point? So, I actually thought Aaron Jones was a player to be selling high after week 1, aging back, splitting of backfields. I thought you were going to get some natural regression in here for this offense. And I will say that I was wrong. The Minnesota Vikings look like they are a better team than we gave them credit for. And on top of it, the Chandler usage dramatically dipped as well. So, to be honest with you, to now sell Aaron Jones after the disappointing London game, not only for Jones, but as well as the Minnesota Vikings, when he gets injured and he's going into a bye, I think it's a very bad idea. I think you'd be selling at a very low price, and I would rather just hold on to Aaron Jones at this point. Okay. Philip says, is Josh Allen a set and forget? I believe so. Obviously, Josh Allen has been very up and down where you've had 3 pretty damn bad weeks for Josh Allen in fantasy. You've had a week where it was close against the Houston Texans. You had a week where he's blown out the Miami Dolphins and given you absolutely nothing. So he has been inconsistent. But with that being said, you still have the rushing upside. You still have a ton of dropbacks. I still think he could be a quarterback that goes out and gives you 300, 400 passing yards any given week. The issue is with Allen, primarily, you haven't had the rushing touchdowns be there. But to be honest with you, I would expect that probably to change going into the future. I think that we're going to get some positive regression for Allen in that front. Laura Gio says, has there been any news on Mixon? I couldn't find really any injury updates at all today. I'm assuming tomorrow will be the day that we get the vast majority of them. But yeah, I have no idea what's going to happen with Mixon. I have no idea what's going to happen with Jonathan Taylor. I recorded the running back rankings video for tomorrow, and in that video, I included Mixon and Taylor as if they were just playing. But obviously, it'll be something we have to monitor and update on the site very often. But let's move this over and let's get our next question going. Our next question going on the site will be from Gronky. It's one of those free Underdog team reviews. It says, value Laporta is tied in 2 behind Kelsey still. So I'm not looking to upgrade there. And people are hard on trading running backs. Will Chubb be good enough down the line, or should we target somebody instead? Well, first thing is, love the team name. We're House Targaryen. We are the #1 team with the league analyzer. We are currently sitting here in a little group of like 3 top teams, and then you have the drop off to everybody else. So it's not like we are just the absolute untouchable team that's going to crush everybody. But still, very strong. We are 4-1 here as well. Absolutely love to see it. Quarterback, we have Lamar, so we have the quarterback that we're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. I have Lamar ranked as my QB1 rest of season, so not much to discuss. I think that you are in a great spot here, and it's going to allow you to have a lot of flexibility with what we're doing down on the bench. Going over to running back, we have Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, Trey Sermon, Cam Akers. So based off the usage that we had with Cam Akers this past week, only playing about 30% or so of the snaps here in Houston with no Mixon, I think that you could say Akers is a player you can kind of safely cut at this point and pick up another option off the waiver wire. Now, the issue is when it comes to what we have with the wide receiver position, this is just absolutely everything. We have Lamb, we have Chase, we have Jefferson. So we have 3 top 5 wide receivers rest of season with the elite quarterback, with the top end tight end. So what I would say here is in this 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I would really, really, really try optimizing to roster as many running backs as possible. To be honest with you, I probably would only be rostering those 3 wide receivers at the top. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I think we probably, I don't know. We don't cut Pittman, obviously. We don't cut Wicks, and this is the issue that you find yourself in. Because with Wicks and Pittman, they have too much value to cut. But definitely plan A is if you could potentially go through and try to sell Wicks with Trey Sermon and go get a long-term upgrade. Go try to sell Pittman just for a running back straight up. If this is a non-PPR format, hell, go try to sell Pittman and just get a running back that is in a committee, but at the same time doesn't project out to be a starter right now unless their situation were to change. I go sell Pittman and get somebody like Chase Brown. That would be an absolute no-brainer for your squad. And then that way, if we're able to roster, say, 6 running backs, and we have Joe Mixon in here for the long term, you have a really good shot that one of those other 5 running backs will be a viable starter for us there at running back 2. I mean, really, we're starting Lamb, Chase, Jefferson every week at wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 in the flex anyway. So I would love to go ahead and try to make those moves where if you get the ability to trade one of your depth receivers with a running back to get an RB upgrade and just roster as many running backs as humanly possible, specifically on the squad in which we are sitting with the 3, I don't want to say the 3 best wide receivers in fantasy, but 3 of the best wide receivers in fantasy. But let's move this over to the next team we're going to look at. This next one is a start-sit question that we have from Ross. Here we have Chase and Smith inside the starting lineup. So long-term, we'll have Nico and Puka, which will be nuts. But yeah, we definitely keep that as is. Going over to running back is the position of need for sure. Right now, we have Ramondre and Pollard. I do start both over Charbonnet and Zamir White. We have Chase Brown in the flex. Tight end Tucker Kraft looks to be a locked and loaded top 10 option. A Jordan Love top 10 option for sure. Would start him over Darnold even if Darnold wasn't on the bye. And then going down to the flex, if you were to get anybody into the starting lineup, you have no Whittington, you have no Collins, you have no Puka. Really, your only guy would be Keenan Allen. There's no way in hell I'm starting Keenan Allen over anybody in the starting lineup as is. So I think it's a team that you're kind of rolling with what you got as of now. But obviously, we really want Nico and Puka back in. And then when we get to start Chase, Nico, Smith, Puka, it'll be freaking nuts. Now, Core Ops 10 always out here. This is another trade question. DeAndre Swift and Josh Jacobs for Jahmyr Gibbs. It's currently filled out as a 10-team league, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Corpse, if you're in the live chat right now, if you could let me know your league settings, I could definitely hammer this in a little bit more. But yeah, I would prefer having Jahmyr Gibbs here. Danny says, should have took my offer. Wide receivers are hard to come by, and you can use one. Okay. Here, let me ask everybody in the live chat right now. Let me pull up what Danny's offer was, and let me know what y'all would rather have. Danny, I just saw your message in the sleeper chat. Would y'all rather have 30% of a fab budget and Austin Eckler or Wan'Dale Robinson? Would you rather have 30% of your fab and Austin Eckler or Wan'Dale Robinson? Please let me know in the live chat. Let's see this. Danny says, read them your wide receiver core. I have Jamar Chase, the wide receiver 1 in fantasy. Devonta Smith, a low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2. Jalen Waddle, about to come back, be a high-end wide receiver 2 when Stua returns. Ladd McConkey is my wide receiver 4. I think we chilling at wide receiver, to be honest with you. I believe we are chilling at wide receiver. With Neighbors coming back in, I don't even know if I'd rather have Wan'Dale over Eckler, to be honest with you. Yeah, easily Eckler for me. Easily. We can try to come up with something, my friend. Let me see if I can see if there's anything that makes sense. I would have done the deal if it was Rome instead of Wan'Dale. But let's see if we can find something here. Wide receiver. I'll do that deal for Neighbors. I'll do that deal for Collins. Talking to me as if I need receivers. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Danny, let me know in the live chat right now if you want to get some fab dollars. What is the fab price for Trey Benson? Let's send him home. How many fab dollars do you need for Benson? But let's move this over to our next question. JB Terrell. This is an early to mid 2025 first versus Jaden Reed and Devon Achane. So this is a super flex dynasty league. On a rebuilding team, I understand wanting the pick. On a contending team, I think Achane and Reed can help out enough. Danny says your whole budget wouldn't do it, Sally. Are you kidding me? Hey, Danny, what side would you rather have here? Dynasty, would you rather have the early to mid 2025 first or Jaden Reed and Devon Achane? Please let me know what side you're going with. And the captain says, in PBR, Dowdle or Chase Brown. Really dependent on the Zach Moss news. Danny says, Reed and HN. It's kind of where I'm at as well. Like I said, obviously, if you're a rebuilding team, I understand wanting the early first. But both these assets look like they are cornerstone pieces you can build around your team. I mean, build your team around for years to come. Now, is Skidapple says, look at the team to see the chart. Okay, well, this is AJ Brown relatively easily. And looking at the team to confirm. After this, we'll have AJ Brown, T. Higgins. So we don't have a ton of wide receiver depth, but honestly, it doesn't matter too much. I mean, if you wanted to go through and drop Jamal Williams and pick up another wide receiver off the waiver wire, definitely can do it. But AJ Brown also through the bye week as well. So, yeah, I would just go with the AJ Brown side. Okay. Now, RC Jeans coming out. This is Stephon Diggs, Aaron Jones versus Josh Jacobs, Mike Evans. So Aaron Jones to Jacobs. Give me Jacobs with the Aaron Jones injury. Diggs to Evans. Obviously, with no Nico in the short term, I think I'd rather have Diggs. In the long term, I would prefer Evans with Collins coming back in. So really, if you look at my rankings, this is kind of a personal preference type thing. It is just up to you. I would probably prefer Evans and Jacobs, though. Now, Jay Crifanti coming out with a question. Says, I'm down 1-4 and need production. Can't wait for Adams and ETN to figure it out. Is this fair value? 100%. This is more than fair value. I would do this on a team that's 4-1. ETN to Mixon, massive, massive upgrade. Devontae Adams to T. Higgins, lateral move, up to you. Obviously, on a 1-4 team where you're not getting anything from Adams in the short term, it is a no-brainer, but yeah, let's do it. Danny says, I'm staying up till 3 a.m. Eastern. Waivers. Grind never stops. I need to submit waiver claims. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I was so derailed from the matchup. I have not submitted my claims. But let's go ahead and let's get this to our next question. It's going to be T. Higgins versus Brian Robinson. This team is linked, so we can check out what we have at running back currently. Running back, we have Kyron, Rashad White, Jalen Warren. Yeah, I think these players are in a similar range overall in my rankings. We have one at 50 overall, the other at 54. I think it just comes down to your team. And if you had Rashad White as your running back 2 and you lost Jalen Warren as your RB3, I think Brian Robinson's the very easy play for us here, or especially when we have the strong wide receivers. Now let's move this over. Bryce coming out with our next team. This is Pittman, Shakir, Brees versus Kraft, Walker, DJ Moore. I would rather a Brees over Walker rest of season. Doesn't look like there's a massive gap between the two. Shakir versus Tucker Kraft. Give me Tucker Kraft. Pittman versus DJ Moore. Give me DJ Moore. So I think you could make a very strong argument that this is the Kenneth Walker side. We got a 4-1 manager in the chat with us, though. So, Danny, what are you thinking here? What are you thinking with this? How much faith do you still have in Brees Hall? We actually have Danny with Brees Hall. So, Danny, what side are you going with? Wait, what says, why is Braylon Allen in the thumbnails? There's something going on with him. I mean, Robert Saleh got fired. So figured to have a chat. Danny says, I wouldn't accept that as the Hall manager. Let's see what you don't have your team linked, so it's hard to see that. From what I've seen in the live stream, I think that if you wanted to get out of Brees Hall, which like I said, I would rather have Brees Hall over Kenneth Walker rest of season, but this is more than I've seen most people getting for Brees Hall as of late. It is definitely more. But let's move this over and refresh this so we can get some more of the questions going in the stream. And if you haven't hit that like button yet, I would really appreciate it if you went down there and pressed it. And it looks like we really only have 8 more questions to get through on the site. So if you wanted to get a question in and get a guaranteed answer, it would be answered very quickly. If you go over to flockfantasy.com, You can hit this button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting gets a guaranteed answer in a live stream, of course. But yeah, we don't have too many more questions to get through. So if you get it in, we'll be guaranteed to be answered tonight. And also we may be able to answer some of the live chat questions at the end of this as well. But Lisa, going to be excited to check this team out. This is CD's Nuts. This is the #1 team with the League Analyzer. This is very much the haves and the haves not with the Analyzer. Right now, you have 5 teams here at the top, 5 teams at the bottom, massive gap separating the two. Down here at quarterback, we are currently streaming the position. We have Purdy, we have Cousins. And a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I would really prefer a much better quarterback than this, especially if you're in a spot in which, I don't know, we have this many wide receivers. So, I mean, going through and moving off of one of these receivers, whether that's Olave, whether that's Higgins, packaging them with Purdy or packaging them with Cousins, and going and getting an elite quarterback would make a ton of sense. This team has Lamar and Jordan Love. Maybe they think that they can afford to get rid of Lamar and roll with Love. Maybe you can hype him up, message him and go, hey, I saw that you have Love. You don't need Lamar. Do you want to give me Lamar? I'll give you Godwin and Purdy. And in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, that'd be an absolute no-brainer win for you. Going through and looking at another team with a strong quarterback room. This team currently has Daniels, Kyler, Lawrence, and they need help at wide receiver. They're starting Deontay Johnson and Amari Cooper this week. So, I mean, if we could go through and if we could send them Chris Godwin and Brock Purdy to get back Jaden Daniels, would absolutely love that. Going over to running back, we have the anchors, where we are currently sitting with Alvin Kamara, Derrick Henry, 2 top 5 running backs rest of season, absolutely crushing. Quality depth piece with Zach Moss. I will say in general, in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I for sure would prefer rostering way more running backs and way fewer wide receivers. The issue is, I'm assuming that Adam Thielen is on IR. So we can't cut Thielen. There's no reason in it. Dontavian Wicks is too good to cut. Jalen Waddle, obviously, there's no way in hell we're cutting Waddle. So, I mean, the play that we want to be making here is we want to be selling one of these receivers with a quarterback to go and get that elite quarterback upgrade if we're able to. Going over to wide receiver, we have the elite receivers at the top with Lamb, London, Godwin, T. So beyond this, with Olave and Waddle, we don't need them. There's no way in hell they ever hit our lineup. Now, in terms of selling them right now with their starting quarterbacks injured, probably not the ideal thing. You are going to be selling them for pennies on the dollar. Might as well just hold them on your bench, wait till their value comes back if you wanted to sell them later on. But obviously, if you could get anything for Dontavian Wicks, if you get anything for Chris Godwin, get anything for T. Higgins, these guys that are producing and that have the value currently, by going through and making that 2-for-1 deal, upgrading them over Purdy, I think that would be a quality play. Going over to tight ends, we are currently sitting with the tight end 1 in fantasy with Travis Kelce. We have David Njoku to play for the bye this week, but honestly, beyond that, doesn't really matter much. So, I mean, this is a phenomenal team. With this team having so much value and with this team being so strong, go send a wide receiver, go get the elite quarterback upgrade, move on, and then pick up an extra running back on the waiver wire with the depth that we have. But really great team. I wish I would be able to help you out a little bit more than that, but yeah, it's a great squad. Now going over to Life of Ants says, in second, 3-2, no JT, lost last week. We have Burrow, Higgins, Jacobs, Ferguson, Laporta, Brown, Chubb, Pittman. Should we be making this deal? So Taylor to Brees, lateral move, up to you. Diggs to Cup. I'd rather have, honestly, kind of lateral move as well. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would y'all rather have? To be honest with you, I do think it's a personal preference kind of thing. I do think it's up to you. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we asked the live chat and everybody's on one side, but can everybody please spam the chat and let me know what side are you going with? We got 1 vote for the right, 2 votes for the right, 2 votes for the left, right, left, right, left, left, right, right, left, 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 right, right. So the chat is legitimately split 50-50. Danny says Brees side by a mile. If it's a full PPR format, I would prefer the Brees side, which the league settings are saying that it's a full PPR league, but this league's not linked, so I can't guarantee that. Full PPR league, give me Brees, but I do think it's honestly a personal preference thing at this point with the injury that you have to Nico Collins propping up Stephon Diggs a bit. Now, Douglas coming out with a trade question. This here is Olave, DJ Moore versus Cooper Kupp. The lineup is Purdy, Walker, JT, Godwin, Bowers, Moore. And then on the bench, we have Olave, Higgins, Addison, Hunt, Dobbins. We don't have this team linked, so I can't see exactly what the league settings are. But yeah, if you're telling me that we have Olave, Higgins, Addison, Hunt, Dobbins on the bench, and we have that kind of depth, with the Derek Carr injury, with Kupp presumably being back in week 7, or at least that's what the reports are saying right now, I think Kupp is going right back to being a top 10 wide receiver in fantasy. So then we go ahead, we take Cooper Kupp. Okay. Now, Chef Chet says, the team is Allen, Godwin, Pickens, Laporta, Gibbs, Najee, Dowdle, Madison, Dobbs, Leggett. We lost Rashee Rice. So here, we are getting the best player in Tyreek Hill. Actually, no, I'm sorry. We have A.J. Brown. I was surprised because A.J. Brown at the bottom of this list. So A.J. Brown to Tyreek, slight downgrade. Ramondre to James Conner, upgrade. Christian Kirk to Keon Coleman, lateral move, up to you. So right now, if you're telling me that we don't really have the depth, we're like in our lineup, we have Pickens. Our best flex would be like Dowdle, and we're going to have to deal with some of the buys coming up. And we get the extra week from A.J. Brown as he's already through the bye. I think we probably just take the guaranteed points that we have. I really do like buying Tyreek Hill with the assumption that we are going to get Tua back into this offense. But it does seem like an easy spot to take Brown. Now, MJ coming out. This is Thomas, Kittle, Montgomery versus Bijan, Kincaid, and Lockett. So Kittle to Kincaid, downgrade. Montgomery to Bijan, massive upgrade. Brian Thomas to Lockett, downgrade. I do think that Bijan Robinson's the best player in the deal. This is a linked team, so we can see what the squad would look like. So wide receiver, after we make this trade, we are still looking at Amon-Ra St. Brown, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Dontavian Wicks, Malik Neighbors. Okay. So now I wouldn't do this trade with every team. But if you have Neighbors, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Cooper Kupp, Devontae Adams, Brian Thomas, your wide receiver 5 effectively on this team. And going and getting the best player with the Bijan Robinson side, I think is the play specifically for your format, specifically with your team being this loaded. If you are a team watching this and you need points right this second, I think you're getting a massive downgrade from Brian Thomas to Tyler Lockett. David Montgomery's been better than Bijan Robinson so far this season. So we're going to go ahead. We are going to have Bijan Robinson here. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next question. It's a team review coming out from Craft Beer or Charbonnet. Appreciate you. Going to be excited to check this out. It says, longtime viewer, love the grind, Mason. I'm 4-1 leading the league. Last place team is interested in trading. Wanted Connor for Debo, but I was hesitant to accept. We have 3 elite tight ends, kind of thin at receiver. Let me know your thoughts. Thanks, man. And brutal loss in the flock league. My jaw was on the floor. Well, I really appreciate it. And it was tough. I mean, saving grace is it made a decent video, but still. It would have been just as good of a video, if not a better video, if I ended up winning. At least in my opinion. But checking out the squad. Right now, we are second in the league analyzer. Top 3 teams, all about the same, right? As long as we're not here near one of the bottom pieces. But anyway, this is an 8-team league where we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So if it's an 8-team league where we only start 2 receivers and a flex, we do not care at all, and I repeat, at all, about the wide receiver depth. Every trade we make, and I mean every trade we make, is a 2-for-1 deal, a 3-for-1 deal, trying to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. So currently we have Josh Allen at quarterback with Allen at QB. He was my QB1 coming into the season. With the inconsistency that we've had from Allen versus the other elite rushers like Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, we have moved Josh Allen down to QB4. Still mid QB1 in an 8-team league. We're still chilling here at quarterback. Going over to running back, we have a bunch of names. We have Kenneth Walker, Josh Jacobs, James Conner, Jordan Mason, Nick Chubb, Zach Charbonnet. I mean, if you look at it through the lens of an 8-team league, specifically, Walker moves from being a mid RB1 down to a low end RB1. Jacobs moves from being a high end RB2 to a mid RB2. James Conner moves from being a mid RB2 to a high end RB3. If we're transitioning from a 12-team to a 8-team format to try to hit some baseline expectations with this running back room. Now, with that being said, we still have plenty of starters. And if we can go through and find the team that's, say, has Deebo Samuel and wants to make a deal, I just wish they had a better freaking player than Deebo. Here's what I would do with this team, to be honest. They're 2-3. We don't need the short-term production. We're thinking long-term upside here. You can afford in an 8-team league to say, okay, let's just focus in on upside, upside, upside. So if we could potentially acquire McCaffrey as well, I think that would be interesting. Like, give them James Conner, Nick Chubb, see if we can get Deebo and McCaffrey if you were that close to getting the deal done in the first place. I mean, at the same time, this team has Pat Freiermuth and Isaiah Likely. So maybe instead give them, so if they wanted to give you Deebo Samuel for James Conner, say, hey, I'll do it, but also I will want McCaffrey, and I'm going to give you Tucker Kraft. Because here, who gives a damn, right? You're still starting Laporta every week. You still have Goddard as well. We get the banked upside of CMC, who could potentially be a league winner at the end of the year, which is really going to be the only thing that matters here in an 8-team format. And then, yeah, revisiting this, like we said, really the depth doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that long-term upside. So, I mean, going through, and if you had any ability, as we mentioned previously, in an 8-team league here, I'd love to sell Amari and Josh Allen and go get Lamar Jackson. Like, Amari Cooper never makes a difference for your team, especially if you make the trade for Deebo Samuel. But we have 2 wide receiver ones, even in an 8-team league, with Amon-Ra St. Brown, A.J. Brown. Great wide receiver room. Great tight end room with Laporta, Kraft, Goddard. But I would love to sell one of the tight ends, like go back to that team near at the bottom. I think really the piece that we want to acquire is CMC, where this team needs to be thinking how they can get points in right this second. We can be thinking more so the long-term outlook. But yeah, it's a great team, especially on this team, but really in any 8-team league, I want to be selling the depth and trying to get long-term upside pieces. Go trade for like not AJ Brown. Go try to trade for Cooper Kupp, right? If you can go send Josh Jacobs for Cooper Kupp right now, it makes a ton of sense. specifically for this team, where the only thing that we care about is a player that could potentially be number one at their position rest of season. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my friend. And let me know if you're in the live chat right now, if you have any questions. Yeah, if craft beer or Chardonnay is in the chat and has any questions about this team, I'd love to answer them. Jake says Connor and JSN seems fair for Gibbs. I have James Conner in the Flock League, and if I could pull off a trade like that for Gibbs, I would love it. Jack, yeah, please, my guy, if you have any questions, let me know. Aiden says, please, how to do the team review. So if you want a team review or a trade question or anything, it's all through flockfantasy.com. Go over to the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Here you can purchase a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. If you wanted the team review, definitely what I would recommend doing is taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting a free Brock Purdy pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game. You'll get a free team review in one of these live streams as well. And just go through the link in the description, use code FLOCK, make that $10 deposit, and set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy as well. But I don't see anything from Jack, so we will move on to our next question. If, Jack, you have anything, please don't hesitate and drop it in the chat, and we can revisit and answer. Jack says, I'm thinking of targeting JT from the Boats and Logs owner. That team needs a tight end. All right, well, let's go ahead and let's look at this for you, my guy. Yeah, this team has Hawkins and Andrews. This team definitely needs a tight end. I think getting Taylor or Brees would make a ton of sense. I mean, here, if you were fine relying on Kraft, you could sell Laporta, right? I mean, really, I think a couple trades would make sense. If we could somehow send like Dallas Goedert and Josh Jacobs, or Dallas Goedert and James Conner, or Dallas Goedert and Jordan Mason, really Dallas Goedert and any running back, or Dallas Goedert or Tucker Kraft. Either one of these tight ends with any one of these running backs to get either Taylor or Brees, I think we would. I would just put out a feeler with them, see what running back they're most interested in between Jacobs, Conner, and Mason, see what tight end they prefer between Kraft and Goddard, and send them that 2-for-1 deal. I would love that. But let's move this over to our next question. This is coming out from Evan. This is J.K. Dobbins and DJ Moore for Jahmyr Gibbs. It's going to be Jahmyr Gibbs here, for sure. For sure, we want Gibbs. I think we actually just answered that question in the live chat as well. But, I mean, even if Dobbins is a buy low candidate for me, if you're playing in a full PPR format, the Dobbins receiving usage just isn't going to come close to what you're going to get from a running back like Gibbs. But let's pull this back up. We have some more trade questions to get through. This is Devontae Adams, DeAndre Swift for Jahmyr Gibbs. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, buying Gibbs here as well, you do get the added on bonus that he's already through the bye. So you're going to get the extra week from Jahmyr Gibbs, which obviously isn't everything. It's not the only reason I'm making this trade. The reason I'm primarily making this deal is he's running behind the best or one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. You have the receiving usage. You have usage at the goal line as well. So I think it's just a very easy play to go ahead and get him in. Redemption coming out with a trade question here. This is Ayuk and Daniels for Tyler Algier, Brian Robinson. So if we have Lamar and stacked receivers, yes, you can make this deal. If you have Lamar and stacked receivers, you can go and get Bijan and Tyler Algier, specifically in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. For a team that doesn't have Lamar, you can see in our rest of season ranks, there's not a massive gap between Daniels and Bijan for me. I wouldn't like it, but I don't know. You're going to be elite at quarterback regardless. Now, Iskip Dapple, I don't know why I can't say your name, but anyway, says he said he's trying to trade A.J. Brown. Let's try to get some offers going. Okay. So let's just say first thing here, Derrick Henry to A.J. Brown, lateral move up to you. Ayuk to Amari, downgrade. Darnell Mooney to Chuba Hubbard, kind of just up to you. Obviously, Chuba Hubbard in the short term. I think you'd probably rather have Mooney in the long term. So looking at this, let's just clear this out. I don't want those other guys in this trade. Here, bam. If we can clear it out like this and send him Ayuk and Mooney to get A.J. Brown, absolute no-brainer. Maybe if instead, what other receivers of significance do we have? We have Waddle, which we're not going to be able to sell Waddle. If we can go Higgins and Mooney to get A.J. Brown, I think that would be very interesting. It's a start 8 league, so the depth does matter a little bit more here. What else? We have Juju, Jamal, Kincaid, Javonte Wright, Parkinson, Higgins. Yeah, I don't think that there are too many other deals we're doing other than this. If you wanted to go Waddle instead, but there's just a 0% chance we get this done with how bad Waddle's been as of late, I think you're probably better off holding Waddle. But, I mean, you could try. You can try. Okay. But let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be from Hart. Says, we have Daniels at quarterback. Smith is my wide receiver 3. We need an upgrade over Pollard. Pollard to Jacobs upgrade. Smith to Terry downgrade. If you wanted to get the Terry and Daniels stack, not going to fault you at all for it. I will point out, though, that while Daniels has been phenomenal, the passing volume in Washington isn't any higher than it was last year. So I don't necessarily know if we can say that Terry McLaurin is like a massive upgrade. The reason I'm doing this deal is actually for Josh Jacobs. Now, Jason coming out with the trade question. 2 and 3, 10-team PPR. Godwin, Pollard for Adams, Connor. We have Bijan, Mixon, White, Pollard, Garrett Wilson, Devontae, Godwin, Pittman, and Waddle. So Godwin to Adams downgrade, Pollard to Connor slight upgrade. I think this is just a perfect example of a deal that's up to you, specifically because you are 2 and 3. I don't want to be trading for Devontae Adams. On a 2 and 3 team, we need to be thinking about what we can do. Specifically to win games right now and not stack long-term upside, which I think the Adams side is the long-term upside play. Give me Godwin and Pollard. But I think that should be it for all the questions that we have on the site. We're still waiting for Diddy Party to let us know their updated name. But of course, if you ever wanted to get any questions over there on the site, comment button, top right corner, expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, starts a question, literally at any time of the day, whenever you want, even if you're not going to be in the live stream, because as soon as we answer it for you on the site, you actually get sent through the site the link to the live stream with a custom URL that brings you to the exact time that your question was answered. So you don't even have to hang out in the live stream if you don't want to. You just ask the question, get the clip of me answering it, and everything that comes with it as well. But yeah, you can purchase a team review, trade question, starts a question. If you were wanting that team review again, my number one advice would be to take advantage of the Underdog promo to get it the cheapest way you can. Go over to Underdog Fantasy with a link in the comment section, live chat description. Use code FLOCK, get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, get that Brock Purdy free pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, make sure that you are setting up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And hope I get to see you out with the live stream tomorrow night.